Good morning and welcome. Today is October 19th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. Our first item is item number 2, record plats. Do I have of subdivision plat number 2-2023-1080 Wilburn Estate, Section 2?
Move that we approve the record plat 2/2023-1080.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The next two items are for regulatory extension requests. We'll vote on them separately. The first one is BF Gilbert subdivision of Tacoma Park, administrative subdivision number 620210160, extension request number 4, where staff is recommending approval of extension request. I'd just like staff to just come up, if possible, to discuss why there's a fourth extension on this property. Okay.
Saquon Gatling for the record with Down County, lead reviewer of this project. So this is the fourth extension request. We've been working with Mike Razavi, who has an invite virtually as well. But for this project, he's working through a few technical details with the forest conservation exemption and making sure the environmental impacts are minimized. And also, there recently was a sale. The property owner, who is separate from the developer, has sold to another owner who wishes to continue the subdivision process. But just getting that ownership change settled and making sure all the application requirements are met requires a bit more time than expected. So this is why we have the fourth extension request.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no problems with that. Do I have a motion to approve staff's request for the BF Gilbert subdivision of Tacoma Park, administrative subdivision number 620210160, extension request number 4?
Yeah, move that we approve the extension request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. The next is the extension request number 2 for HBKY Metmin Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church preliminary plan number 120230080. Regulatory extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval with extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the extension request.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now we're on item number 4. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to take 1 minute to switch calls. Thank you. Good morning again. We're going to start with item number 4, which is the fiscal year 25 operating budget discussions. The first presentation will be by Ms. Kanapi and Ms. Chang Smith of the Central Administrative Services to discuss the budget for this coming year. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Katie Kanapi, Acting Corporate Budget Director. Before we get into the individual departments, I just have a few opening remarks. The FY24 adopted budget referenced in the memos and materials refer to the adopted adjusted budget, which is adjusted by the late distribution of the salary marker, which includes negotiated compensation increases. The base personnel budgets may seem high, however, they reflect the annualization of negotiated compensation increases for the current fiscal year. And currently, pension is at a slight increase.
Could you put the microphone closer? Thank you.
Sure. Do you need me to repeat anything? Okay. Okay. All right, sorry about that. Currently, pension is at a slight increase over FY24. This will undoubtedly change before we present to you again in November after we receive the actuarial evaluation. And additionally, we will have an updated OPEB evaluation, which will be reflected in the November presentations as well. So on to the department budgets. Up first is CIS, and we'll begin with the Department of Human Resources, and that will be me. All right, so I'm going to quickly go over the Department of Human Resources, Group Insurance Fund, CAS Support Services, and the Merit Board budgets. For the Department of Human Resources and Management, the base budget increase is a 17.2% of $1.4 million. And this is mainly due to the fact that we had a significant amount of vacancies in FY23, and we were able to pre-fund some of the items, some of the expenses in FY24. And in FY25, we need to restore that funding because we have filled most of those positions, and we are actively recruiting for the remaining. So it seems like a high amount, but there is a reason. In addition, it includes the incorporation of new positions added in FY24 that had delayed hiring dates in order for us to meet budget cuts. And we also have some existing programs that require increased funding, like agency-wide training, our labor council, because we'll be doing full labor negotiations with McGeo. And we have some expected cost increases in funding the Park Police promotional testing process. We are also, within some of those programs we pre-funded in FY24. Those include our performance metrics program and standing up our supplier diversity program. So we also have 6 new initiatives that we're seeking funding for, and this increases the base budget by $624,000. First is a supplier diversity chief totaling $179,000, $75,000 of which it would be funded by Montgomery. This position is needed to provide oversight and management of the supplier diversity and inclusion program, and will be responsible for expanding this essential program. We are also requesting funding for an ADA coordinator. This totals $144,000, $61,000 of which will be funded by Montgomery. A central ADA coordinator is mandated by the Americans with Disabilities Act, and a single coordinator is essential in our efforts in reaching a unified and consistent approach. Next is a learning and organizational development coordinator, totaling $110,000, $46,000 of which would be funded by Montgomery. As our new learning management system comes online, a coordinator is necessary to keep content relevant, up to date, track employee participation, and work with the individual departments. We are also requesting a new class and compensation specialist totaling $126,000, $53,000 of which would be funded by Montgomery. And this position is needed to expand our apprenticeships and internship programs to create a pipeline for employment within the agency. We are also requesting $50,000, $21,000 of which would be funded by Montgomery to update our recruitment tools so that the agency can be more appealing to modern job seekers. And finally, we're requesting $15,000, $6,000 of which would be funded by Montgomery to expand the Diversity Council funding to include a Pride Collaborative to represent the LGBTQ+ community in the agency. Next is the Group Insurance Fund. Full details of this budget will be presented to you in November. However, we wanted to mention that we are requesting a new corporate human resources specialist totaling $126,000. And this is because we need additional support within this group because we have an increased number of retirees and the services are expanding to provide the best services to our retiree group. Up next is the Central Administrative Services Support Budget. And this budget is for shared operating expenses between the CAS departments. It's mainly occupancy, which is expensed in the form of rent to fund the executive office building. Details of that fund will also be presented to you in November. However, the expense comes out of the CAS Support Services budget. This budget is increasing $38,000 or about 2.4%, and it's mainly an increase in rent and also an increase in risk management. So workers' compensation and liability costs for CAS departments. And the final budget is the Merit System Board. This budget supports our board, and it remains relatively flat with a 0.2% increase. It's split 50-50 between both counties, so the proposed cost to each is about $88,000. And that concludes DHRM, Support Services, and Merit Board. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions of the board members?
I do have a question.
Okay.
17% increase is a lot. I do not know how is the other departments and how it works out. Usually when we submit a budget, we try to stay at a level that shows fiscal prudency to the county government. And, you are the first one that we are seeing. So I think that it is important that we stay at the level for the whole commission and see that how everybody else is increasing the budget. I don't ever assume that county executive or the county council would approve 17%, if you think about overall budget for the commission. You know how they do it? They usually just give us a number that we could increase the budget. That's how they have done that, usually, and then it's within us that to decide how we're going to do that. So I know that we are asking for some new positions, and I do not know that if these positions like ADA or diversity, if the departments, they have the same positions or not. I would check with that. I don't know. When I was there, I remember that the department were trying. I know that park development had an ADA person, and I know that the management services also at that time were looking at that. So I do not know that if there are redundancy in the work that the group is doing. Again, I would like to see in general for the whole commission in the Montgomery side at least, this position like ADA or diversity that I just saw that how many the other department have and how these things are different. We don't want to have positions that they do redundancy. There is a limited resources that we get when we go to the county, and those resources need to be used in a way that are public, people that use, people that are in Montgomery County to see the best of that. And when you talk operating budget, especially, I'm looking at the park department with our parks, that is a big deal for maintenance of our parks. So I like to see all of these together rather than just as a separate thing to see how they work.
For the record, this is Asantha Chang-Smith, Executive Director. Vice Chair Pedoeem, thank you very much for your comments. Let me start with the positions. Actually, the ADA position was requested by both Montgomery Parks staff and Prince George's Parks and Recreation staff. And it is because there are a lot more rules and regulations that are coming down the pike. The folks that they have doing ADA really more work with the programming with our disabilities community. But this has to do with keeping up with the regulations, making sure it's consistent across the board. Title I of the ADA Act actually requires that we have a single person who is the point of contact for ADA, for complaints and for compliance. And right now, that technically is me, but we really need somebody who has that expertise. And the departments have actually brought this to our attention, have asked us for this position. So we have collaborated with the departments already, and they are asking us to take this on. So that came up from them. So it is not going to be an overlap. I did want to mention the particular request for the Diversity Council. We had spoken about this earlier this year. The Diversity Council asked for additional funding because this year they're going to have the Pride event, the International Pride event in Washington, D.C. And that $15,000 is so that we can have a booth there for recruiting and also to get the word out about our organization. There's going to be about 600,000 people estimated at that event. Last year we went for the first time. We had a smaller representation there, and we got a lot of foot traffic and a lot of interest in the department. There was also a lot of interest with Montgomery Parks. They did a study of the history of the LGBTQ community in Maryland, and there was a lot of interest in that as well. So we wanted to expand that footprint. That is going to be a one-time request for that additional amount of money because of the international nature of that event.
I'm not talking about the $15,000. I'm talking about supplier diversity chief, the new position. I'm talking about the positions. Yeah, $15,000,
Yeah,
I
okay.
understand. I'm not talking about that.
The supplier diversity, this year, we know this next fiscal year, the Maryland Department of Transportation is in partnership with the commission to do a disparity study on our MBE program. Because as you know, we have to be able to defend the limits that we are setting or the goals that we are setting for minority business procurement. And so we are doing the study along with MDOT together. The study, they say, is going to be out in September. Previously, when this program got moved to underneath the auspices of the Executive Director's Office, there was no staff. Last year, we'd asked for one, or actually 2 years ago, we asked for one position because we just had the small local business portion of the program. And we said that we would come back for the chief position when the study was going to be released. And so that's what we're doing right now. That, with our budget, is the most important position because it is heading up our small minority supplier diversity program. Right now, we only have one staff person, professional staff person there, and we have somebody who's helping with the coordination of procurement, getting booths, events, that type of stuff together. So we really need somebody to head up this program, and we were waiting until, and we were asked to wait until we actually had the study, the disparity study in place, which we will have this coming fiscal year. So we were asked to wait till we had that in place before we asked for this position. And so that's what we're doing. But it is crucial that we have this position so that we have somebody heading up this program for us. You're welcome.
Any other commissioners?
Just a quick comment. Okay. I had some similar comments to Commissioner Pettaway about the increase in the budget and the size of it. I mean, looking through piece by piece, I think they all make sense. I think there's good reasons for all of them. Is it possible to provide information on what the increase is? I think based on what would be fiscal year 2022 at this point, because we had the reductions in the last 2 fiscal years, I think that would be useful information to have. What is the baseline from which I understand the percentage increase looks larger because of the reductions in the past couple of years. So that would be useful as well. I think you covered a couple of things I was going to ask about with the positions. I do want to go back to the Park Police promotional budget. Can you give a little bit more information on that? Because there wasn't a lot in the memo there.
Sure. The Park Police Promotional Testing Program is run out of our recruitment division. It supports both Park Police Departments, and within that, there are multiple phases of the promotional process. It mainly revolves around in-person interviews and assessments. And we require the use of a vendor to manage that. And we also have the location costs because it has to be held, it's held over several days and within one site. And those costs are continuing to increase.
And so it's a vendor, it's outside.
It is, and I will say that last year, we didn't have the cost because we didn't have that testing last year, that fiscal year. So all of the costs for the testing for our park police are added this year because it is an in-person training that we have to do and testing that we have to do. So that was an additional cost. Also, as we mentioned, our council cost for our labor relations is higher this year because we're going through full negotiations with McGeo as opposed to just wage increase. Some of the other increases, because we are a smaller department, between the actual budget from last year and this year is because we had delays in hiring. So I'll give you an example. One of the positions, the new positions, is for recruiters. One of the recruiters we are not able to hire until June. So the salary, the budget from last year only shows 1 month of salary, whereas this budget would show 12 months of that salary. So because we're a smaller department, it shows up as a larger increase because we cannot cover a lot of costs with lapse. We don't have, I think we have maybe 1 or 2 open vacancies where, we have a very, very small amount of lapse. So we had used the lapse previously to cover a lot of the costs, the back costs previously. But we are predicting that this year we're not going to have that lapse because we absolutely need to fill these recruiter positions. So we won't have that available to us this year that we had last year. So that's why you see the full budget without, in comparison to the budget from last year with the reductions.
Okay.
How much is the police cost? I don't see it in here, the increase, and I'm wondering why it's not in the, park departments for both the Montgomery and Prince George's. Usually, the park police cost is within the parks department. So I don't see it in here to see that exactly what it is.
Yes, I can look up the exact cost or the exact estimate and get back to you.
That's fine.
The
That's fine.
Okay, and to answer your question, since it's a by-county process, it is funded out of recruitment. However, we charge that back to the Parks Departments through a chargeback.
Okay, so that's for the recruitment. Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, if none, thank you for presenting, but if you could provide us with the answers to the questions, one about the budget, compare the budget over the past since 22, right?
2022.
Yeah, 22, 23, so forth, so we can see the progression in just the overall budget, but also in that one, the human resources budget, that went to, which is the one that showed the 17.2% increase. So that progression and as well as the overall of the whole budget. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for all the hard work you're doing in putting together these budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next is the Finance Department.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Chair Harris, Vice Chair Pedoin, members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Gavin Cohen. I'm the Commission Secretary Treasurer as well as the Finance Department Head. The Finance Department services, we provide them in three different areas. Corporate services and finance admin, corporate accounting, and corporate procurement. In summary, we pay people, we pay vendors, we invest surplus cash, we maintain the ERP financial system and financial reporting. We provide financing for capital projects through debt issuance, and we procure goods and services through corporate procurement. The department's fiscal year 2025 budget proposal is predominantly a maintenance of effort budget. We're requesting a total of $7.1 million through 49 positions. This is an 11.2% change from fiscal year 2024, the majority of which are base budget changes. And so you've heard this before, and you're probably going to hear it from every department, and I think it's important to understand when we're referring to the changes at that level, it's from decisions that have been made previously where the full funding is now coming forward into the next budget. And I think that's a really important distinction to make and to understand. So when we refer to base budget increases, I don't want to say it's out of control, but those decisions have been made previously, and now the funding is coming forward full bore. So you'll hear things like annualization of previous merits and COLAs, full funding for positions that have been previously approved. And so if you look, for example, at the Finance Department budget, just under 9% of what are referred to as 11% increase is from prior decisions that we're now just requesting to be funded in full. So our one change from what we've offered previously is one new position for Treasury Services. The Treasury function is responsible for investing over $700 million every year. And it's an increasingly complicated and volatile economic environment. I don't think I need to, I think we all realize that. We're all living through it right now. In addition, we have an initiative to modernize the Commission's disbursement functions, which began in January of this year and will be in full force and effect during fiscal year 2025. And this additional resource will help us fully implement those programs. So we're looking to modernize, transform the way the department provides services. We want to support succession planning. We want to improve the skill sets that we have within the department so that we can raise our effectiveness at supporting the entire commission. And I'm going to end on just a very brief story that just occurred this past couple of weeks. We mailed a check to our vendor. The check was $200,000+ to the vendor at a Atlanta, Georgia P.O. Box address. The check ended up in Florida. The payee name on the check was changed, as was the address to address in Texas, and it was properly endorsed. The person committing the fraud, signed the back of the check and everything when they tried to cash the check. Our fraud prevention tools stopped that check from being cashed, which is good news to the story. But I'll I'll ask rhetorically, a rhetorical question, should the commission be mailing out, checks of $200,000+ in 2023? And so when I refer to modernizing our disbursement functions, that's really code for trying to reduce significantly the amount of checks that we issue in lieu of electronic form of disbursement. And I'll conclude on that. Thank you for your ongoing support, and I'm glad to address any questions that the planning board may have.
Commissioners have any questions?
One quick question. Following up on that, is that mostly a vendor issue or an us issue? For being able to disperse, not with paper checks, but like through ACH or something like that?
It's largely a mindset change to some extent. It's also what happens with electronic disbursement is we need to do work up front to do validation.
Okay.
Validating routing numbers, validating bank account numbers. And so there's work involved up front that in some ways it shouldn't, but it can delay the disbursement that we didn't have to do before. Before we had an invoice, we had an address, we had a vendor, we
Right,
can produce a check, mail a check.
Yeah.
So we need to work on that, and I need to work on kind of the mindset, even amongst the finance department staff, to move us in the direction of electronic disbursements.
Okay.
I'll just give you another short example. I've been working for the past several months with our bank to set up the infrastructure for what's called alias payments. Alias payments, you may be familiar as either Venmo or PayPal or Zelle payment. So I'm also trying to get that up and running as well as part of these initiatives.
Okay.
And it's also a volume issue as well. And I'll end there. We can't mandate the vendors, and so it's somewhat of a heavy lift in terms of working with the vendor community to have them sign up for the electronic disbursement. And so those are the challenges over the next year to the next year and a half that we're really going to be concentrating on. We won't get to 100%, but the 30 to 40% where we're at now is just way too low. And the story I told you literally happened with the past week. The check fraud is rampant out there.
Yeah.
And even though I know that, when I see it happen and I get shown this picture of the check that's literally been changed and endorsed by somebody who it wasn't intended for, but it's happening, and I just wanted the board to know we do have the initiative in place now to try and change the way we do our disbursements.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's really good. I really support that. When you talk about the initiatives, are you talking about new technology? Do we have the technology in place to change the 30 to 40% of digital check now to make it very close? And I understand that we had to face with them. There are some small pops and mom and pop contractors that they still resist to go to electronic, but I think that it is important that we head that way, and somehow for those pop and mom, we should provide some kind of allowance to allow them to be there. But I'm hoping that you have the technology in place also to do what you want to do.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bedouin. We have the technology in place right now by way of what's called ACH, Automatic Clearinghouse. That's the technology that allows, similar to a direct deposit on a on a payroll allows us to pay vendors electronically. So that technology we have in place, and that's where we're making a concerted effort to have our vendors voluntarily sign up for the program. The technology relative to alias payments, I'm working on now to put in place. So hopefully when I'm before you in another year's time, sorry, I don't get to come before you very often.
You can come at the commission. This is something that is important to hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that technology, again, I've been working for the past couple of months with our bank to set up that type of payment infrastructure so that we can, going forward, utilize that as well. So in summary, we have part of the infrastructure we need, part of the technology we already have in place, and the other part I'm actively engaged to try and get in place.
Yeah, I fully support that. Another question that I have, request actually. I understand that you said that out of your 11%, 8.8% is decision made last year that now we are paying it. So it's very important that now we are in FY25. If there are decisions that we make that is going to make that kind of impact for the future years, they are FY26 or 27, I think that we should have to be fully transparent for the board that we know that what we get for 25 and also what impacts would be for the future years. For whoever that brings this, I think it is important that that transparency to be there. Thank you.
Somewhat similarly to that, and on the point you were just making about moving to electronic payments, which sounds great, of course. I see that there's a slight reduction in other operating changes in the FY compared to FY24, if I'm reading that correctly. And sorry if you already mentioned this, but do you expect some cost savings from moving to electronic payments, either in saving just like literally the check material, the paper, also the labor costs associated with going through that process? Is that something long-term that we think moving to next year we could see some savings through?
Yeah, Commissioner Linden, 100% absolutely. And I'm going to give you, again, just another short story that will illustrate that. We do a direct deposit for payroll, right? It's become so common, it seems odd just to mention it. But what the commission had done is we'd moved to a direct deposit. We probably have well over 90% of employees getting direct deposit. But for some reason, we were still mailing out those checks. So we had people on direct deposit with online access to get their pay stubs, but we continue to mail out checks. So put an end to that and realized literally $60,000 in true budget line savings just from envelopes, stamps, check stock, all of those physical things that go into producing a check. So the higher the percentage we can move our vendors, the higher our cost savings truly will be. And my message, I actually met with my accounts payable staff earlier this week. My message to them has been, and this is true and it's literal, every vendor, accounts payable person that you move from a check to electronic disbursement, you're saving us money. So, yes, over time, there absolutely will be budget line savings from the change.
Great, yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Bartley, any questions?
Thanks. I was reading your memo, and the only question I have is, in adding this new position, do you have a job description for that position? And what will the position be called? Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartley. The position title would be Corporate Assistant Treasury and Investment Manager. And we do not have a job description flushed out yet. Generally, because this is right at the start of the process, we'll, at least from our perspective, wait to see that approval will actually happen before spending the time and effort to go through to produce a full job description and grade and everything that goes along with that.
Can I jump in one quick question here, John? On that? Are you expecting them to handle sort of I'm trying to get it from the memo, to handle the investments of Treasury, any cash we have left over? Is their job to sort of basically go through the Federal Reserve, the overnights, that kind of thing?
Commissioner, it's an element of both.
Okay.
So we have an investment manager. This, through the title, would be an assistant to that position. But we have a lot of our treasury infrastructure is cash-based, cash-related, petty cash-based. We have people that are essentially almost full-time just managing all the cash at hundreds of facilities throughout the commission.
Yeah.
So as we transition, this person coming in will help with that transition, again, away from the cash, away from the checks to electronic disbursements, as well as assist us with the actual investment function, which has become, we haven't seen an environment like this, and I've been in the business for a fair amount of time. Interest rates going from essentially 0 to 4.5%, 5%, whatever, in the space of a year and a half.
Yeah.
And it makes the fixed income investing incredibly challenging.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you,
I
Chair.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have the Office of the General Counsel, or the Legal Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel, here presenting our FY25 budget for OGC. Our budget is small. It's about $3.5 million, and we are not proposing any new positions or new initiatives, at least not any new initiatives that actually have a fiscal impact. We have shown a very small increase. I do want to caveat that very small 0.3% increase by saying that this increase will likely go up slightly because as we get the pension numbers in, as we refine the benefit numbers, so between now and November, normally that number goes up for us as those numbers get refined. But our increase is basically a maintenance budget increase. It's to cover any increases in our salaries and benefits and pension costs. And we are also working with the budget office on our chargebacks. We had 2 positions that we took over several years ago. We took those positions over from the Montgomery Commissioner's Office, and they were the technical hearing writers for the hearings. So we have those positions now under our management in OGC. Now we're trying to figure out what is the best way to show that in the budget. Do we continue to show that as a chargeback, or do we put that into our personnel line item? So we're working with Katie Canopy on that, and but that's basically the only shifting that may happen between now and November. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for presenting.
I have a comment. Thanks
Okay.
for your fiscal responsibility and the slight budget increase. It's outstanding. Thank you.
I want to say the same thing. Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We can have the next.
All right, up next is the Office of the Inspector General.
We can't hear you.
Apologize. Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Madupe Ogunduyele, and I'm the Deputy Inspector General, and I am presenting the Office of Inspector General's FY25 budget on behalf of Inspector General Renee Kinney. The OIG's total proposed budget is 1.35 million, which includes a 49,000, or slightly over $49,000 increase, which equates to 3.8% in increased funding when compared to last year. The OIG is not requesting any new positions for FY25. And the reason for our increase in the budget is because according to government auditing standards, the OIG personnel are required to develop and maintain professional competence by completing 80 hours of continuing professional education every 2 years. In addition, we have staff that have professional licenses, such as a CPA, Certified Inspector General, information systems auditors, and fraud examiners that must also obtain relevant CPEs to maintain their professional licenses. The OIG's current training budget is $6,200, which unfortunately is not sufficient. The OIG is requesting an increase of $13,750, which will bring our total training budget to $19,950 per employee. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions at this time.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I have a question.
Okay, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just have a question because we have many professional staff in all the departments that they have licenses, and also they have to take continuous education to maintain their licenses. I do not know that if there is a policy anywhere for the commission that how we pay those. Do we pay for maintenance, and also do we pay for all the, one person may have CPA, may have all the other things that they pay. I think it should be a policy in general for the whole commission that how they are paid, that we make sure that there is fairness among the whole commission, because I remember that we were just paying when I was at the Parks Department. It may have changed now, I don't know, but we were paying just for one professional license maintenance, and if someone had 2 or 3, they would decide that which one they want to be covered, and the rest was on them. And it may have changed, I don't know. And also for maintenance of those, we were getting a portion of it. So I'm wondering that, I have no problem to increase the training. Please don't get me wrong. I think what you have asked is very reasonable. But I want to make sure that we have a consistent approach for all our professional staff in regard how we paying for the department, that they don't differ from one place to another place.
Great comment.
Thank you for that.
Any response to that, or I guess it's just a commission response. But thank you for your comment, and thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
The next department, please.
Up next is the Office of the Chief Information Officer.
Good morning, Mazen Shilay, the Chief Information Officer. I'll provide a brief description of changes and additions and reductions. Then Katie Kanape will provide more details on the financials and so on. The CIO's budget consists of 3 distinctive parts. The first one is the corporate IT, CIT for short. The funding comes from the 2 administrative funds. and chargebacks. In FY '25, we see an increase of 21.1% over the FY '24 adopted budget. The increase comes mostly from three different areas. One is the, compensation, retirement, and benefits, and also the annual contract renewals. We typically see anywhere from 5 to 10% increases annually. It's just the nature of support services that we get from our service providers. Also, this year, there's a need for capital equipment funding for a firewall replacement. Those typically are expensive and costly, but they last years, so we put them into our capital funding. And the restoration of professional services funding that was reduced over the last couple of years. That's for CIT. For the Office of the Chief Information Officer budget, it's an internal service fund. The CIO's proposed budget has an increase of 4.9%. Again, that mostly comes from the compensation, retirement, and benefits. And there's also a slight increase in our consulting services, also in an effort to provide better quality services to the enterprise commission-wide. Also, the enterprise licenses reside in the CIO's budget, and so there are two new licenses for FY '25. One of them is for Microsoft Unified Support. Microsoft in last year, in 2022, decided to change the support model from something called Premier to Unified. Well, Premier was paid by our departments, within the IT divisions. But Unified is done centrally through the license agreement with Microsoft. That change in model basically takes that cost from the departments and pulls it into one place to pay through the CIO license budget. There's also a commission-wide internal fund that is, we call it CWIT, Commission-Wide IT. This budget has a decrease of 17.9%, and as compared to FY '24. That comes basically for a couple of reasons. One is the external website redesign is completed and closed for FY '25. And also previously, the Kronos subscription was done through a private cloud that we paid basically in two different places, in corporate IT and in CWIT. Now, those two costs will go away, and the cost will move to the license fund, because now we're going to a true cloud-based software as a service, SaaS for short, subscription. So those costs go away, and that transfer really, it's not an additional cost. It's basically, just reorganizing the way we pay for that license. So again, that's why we have a drop of 17.9%. Also, we're closing the LMS, the Learning Management System project. That's also coming to a closing completion, and that's good news there. Before I turn it over to Katie, I just want to point out that both DHRM, Department of Human Resources and Administration, and Finance contributed a huge amount of money towards the ERP project that we're about to take on. And that fiscal responsibility, really, it's a great relief to the departments for the next 3 years. Turn it over to Katie, unless you have any questions for me. Thank you.
So any question? Maybe next year, what I'd like to see, I see there are pieces of, 3 pieces that you talked about, maybe as a summary, sort of like then show them all together. Like sort of sometimes to just see how the budget of your whole budget increase year to year. I see the pieces, but maybe it would be nice to also have the pieces and have the total, of all the pieces, and just so we can kind of see sometimes the big picture. So I know it'll be on a big chart somewhere, but it's
Noted.
nice
Thank you,
to
sir.
see the. Okay.
I have a comment. Again, I go back to the very beginning. I cannot with a clear conscience say that we are, as a board, I would be willing to send 21% increase. I know that IT is a little bit scary. It's like when you were in the bridges, it's a safety and that's security. So what I would like to see is that the levels that absolutely is a must in regard to security and continuation of an effort that you have to have. And I cannot tell which one of these is a must. That has to be there. Those needs to go. So that's a good argument for those. And we would see that where that one goes. And then after that, the other requests that are there, that if they are enhancement or if they are, something that it could be done to a little bit less or something, with clear conscience, I cannot just say 21% unless that is a big argument that it's going to put our security or our system, maintenance of our system in jeopardy. And then I have a good argument to say, okay, that is a good portion of that 21%.
I just wanted to clarify one thing about the 21%. I just wanted to see if I'm reading this correctly. Is roughly half of that is the compensation, retirement, cost increases, and part of that is just the annualization of the new positions. Is that correct? So it's similar to last time where kind of previous decisions that were made that we're now just funding this time,
That's
this go
correct.
around.
Yes.
Okay. So just wanted to clarify that kind of half of that increase is sort of previous decisions that were being made that we're now just kind of fully funding. And it looks like sort of the other maybe 40% of that is kind of the license issue and the contract escalations and things of that nature. Can you talk a little bit more about the contract escalations? I'm just curious if that's a typical kind of annual increase that we see, or at the end of contracts, do they typically escalate to this level?
Over the years, I haven't seen really a year, there's some cases that we negotiate multi-year contracts where the cost does not go up. But at some point in time, whether it's 3 or 5 years, those percentages start coming in. Some service providers that have really a niche market hold on certain services, they have increases even beyond the 5 or 10%, and I'm sure you've seen that. So those numbers are really, we are at the mercy of the service provider, because once you buy into the service or equipment, now you have many years of those support services. Although our procurement does a great job negotiating those terms up front, but it's almost never zero for the duration of the ownership of those equipment. Again, sometimes we can lock that cost down annually, but it's gonna get to the point where it's, again, 3 or 5 years, and those percentages begin to roll in. And we have so many contracts that cost, it staggers really quick. But I would like to add a point of explanation on the capital equipment. Capital equipment is something that we do not buy all the time, but when we do, you will see an increase in cost for that year, because those are usually go from 5 to 7 or 8, maybe 10 years in some cases. So that cycle is not annual for capital equipment, but when we need them, we have to kind of pay for them upfront.
And one last thing. You talked about increase in benefit costs. Are your benefit costs and a percentage increasing any more than any other department's benefits costs? I mean, you talked about increase in benefits costs, so I thought you said some of in the 21% was.
Yes, so specifically, I think he was mentioning the CIO's office. So that has a small complement of personnel to support the projects funded through the commission-wide IT, and that it's mostly personnel. So, and that budget only increases about 4%, but that 4% was benefits and compensation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there anything else you have? You all done? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it coming in. Okay, we'll do the next presentation by Alana Branda, who will present the budget for the Commission's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, first time, right? Good morning. For the record, my name is Alana Branda, and I am the Chief of Staff for the Montgomery Board. It's an honor to be here today presenting our FY25 budget request for the Commissioner's Office. I want to thank Karen Warnick, who's here with me today, for managing the budget before I came on board and getting us ready for today. I know you have the memo, so I'm just going to go over the highlights. We're asking for a total budget of $1,373,821. This does represent an increase of a little over $141,000, or 11.5% above the adopted and adjusted FY24 budget. We do have 4 new items that we are asking for this year. $100,000 to hire a consultant to provide strategic communication support to the office. This work would focus on supporting all board members in building media relations, communications, counseling and support, development of public messaging and talking points, and enhancing public communication and online engagement across all board activities. $10,000 for additional training for commissioners and support staff. Converting an unfunded part-time position that is already assigned to the office to full-time and funding the position. We estimate this cost at being just over $149,000. This position would be able to implement the recommendations of the strategic communication consultant, which would include managing the communication, press releases, community public inquiries, and supporting all board events. Currently, we rely on various other staff in other departments to support these activities for us. And providing $7,000 to hire a summer intern for the office. So if you were doing the math quickly in your head, you'll notice these 4 initiatives add up to considerably more than the $141,000 we're asking for. And that is because we were able to identify over $121,000 in savings in our major known commitments. These savings are coming from right-sizing the FY24 personnel budget based on actual staff in place, leading to an estimated savings in FY25 of over $92,000. Basically, we had budgeted for FY24, assuming that all commissioners and my position would be fully insured by the commission, and given the selections people have made and their actual needs, we have been able to identify those savings. And as Deborah mentioned a little earlier, we do have a chargeback of some of our positions with the legal office, and there was some savings identified in that area of about $36,000 in legal chargebacks. We are requesting a modest increase of just over $3,000 CPI for supplies and services to just maintain the office. And on page 5 of the package you'll be able to see the detailed breakdown of those proposed expenditures and the change from the FY24. And happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Sorry, I have a question. Budget is my thing, so I have always been in budget. So this new initiative in regard to communication, is it a one-time thing, or is it like everything else that is going to have future impact for future years? Because you're using a lot of existing saving to cut for that price, but are we going to be like the other previously we heard that the decision we make now is going to continue years and years to come?
Yeah, so the request would be for that to be a permanent additional position to the office, so that 149 estimate for FY25 would then grow with any, across the board salary benefit increases, and that would be then in permanently 26, 27, et cetera. The consultant, I'm going to ask.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know.
think
I got confused. I was asking about that $100,000 for,
Consultant, yes.
that's just a consultant.
Right, so the hope would be to be able to have an ongoing relationship with a consultant for the office to continually support the board moving forward.
Okay, so.
So not a one-time initiative.
Just a one-time initiative.
Not a one-time, it would be an ongoing initiative.
It's going to be every year.
That would be the hope, yes.
So that means that next year, because we don't have these deductions, it's going to be added to the budget.
Karen Warnick, Management Services Chief for the record. It would be part of the base budget going forward. If it was added on as an ongoing, then the next year it would be a base budget. We would not have to ask for it again.
Okay, but it's going to be a commitment. This for FY '25, we have some saving that we use toward that, but after that, there is no saving. So that's going to be like very much like what we just heard, that is the initiatives is going to increase the base budget.
No, this would increase the base budget for FY '25, so in FY '26, it would already be included.
Right, so our new base budget would be the 1.3. And so we would not add that as a new initiative in '26. It would already be in that 1.3.
So is it a consultant or is it going to be an employee? Because we haven't shown adding one more person. Is it better to have a person or is it a consultant that?
So we're actually proposing both. So the $100,000, the first new initiative is for a consultant, and that would be for ongoing consulting services that are expertise in the field. And then we do ask for the funding of the unfunded PIN. So that is a permanent position that would be housed within the commissioner's office to implement all of the communications activities for the office.
And that would be next year because you are not showing any increase in the position this year, or are you? I don't see any increase in the position.
So the office, there is already a part-time unfunded position assigned to the office. So this would be taking that position that's already assigned to the commissioner's office,
Okay.
moving it to full-time, and actually funding it so that we can hire. So if you look on page, give me 1 second, page 4 of the memo at the bottom, you can see that we are proposing the work years going from FY '24 adopted, it's currently at 6.5, and we're proposing that going up to 7. So that's the accounting for that part-time to full-time, and then we just need the money to actually pay the person.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Actually, Mitra asked the question I was going to ask. I'm going to ask one other sort of question. The intern, that is a paid position, like a paid intern position? Okay. That's all I want to make sure that money was going to paid intern.
Yes.
Any other questions? You good? Okay, all right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
I
very much.
appreciate it. Bye. And next, we'll have the planning department provide their update. Thank you.
So I will start briefly. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the Planning Department. Actually, what I'm going to do is just turn it over to Karen Warnick to start us off, and then I will pick up again to talk in detail about our requests for our new initiatives. And we're pulling up our presentation.
Good morning. For the record, Karen Warnick, Management Services Chief for the Planning Department. Okay, we are here today seeking your approval for the FY '25 Planning Department base budget and the new initiative level. As the Acting Corporate Budget Director, Katie Canopy, had presented earlier, the Commission, Montgomery County OMB estimates that the assessable base will grow by 3.5%. However, preliminary projections are saying that the base budget will require a tax increase prior to any new initiatives, and that the leading drivers for this increase include what we've already heard about: retirement, annualization of salaries and compensation, other post-employment benefits, and health benefits. Today, we're discussing the planning's FY '25 request, which is a $2 million increase, or 8.4% over our base budget and new initiatives. We realize that this $2 million is a high number in light of the county's financial situation, but I do want to bring to your attention that the change in the budget for the one-time initiatives, as you can see on this chart, was $90,000 in FY '24. These one-time initiatives are really tied directly to our work program, and in the past, the new request was generally offset by the previous year's request. For 5 years prior to the pandemic, FY '16 to FY '20, the Planning Department's one-time initiatives annual appropriation averaged $700,000. ranging between $425,000 on the low end to $835,000 on the high end, or 2 to 4% of our total budget. However, the past 4 years have been very lean regarding one-time initiatives due to the pandemic. The approved amount for one-time initiatives averaged only $325,000, almost $400,000 less than what had been the previous 5 years, and ranged between $640,000 in FY23 to a low of $90,000 in FY24. So for FY25, we are requesting $665,000 in new initiatives. The FY24 appropriation, if it had been at $700,000 as the pre-pandemic average, we would have savings. However, at this point, we only have $90,000 to offset these new initiatives, so that makes our budget request seem that much higher than normal.
Karen, can I just jump in just really quickly, just to give this board some additional context to add on to what Karen just noted? So for our FY24 budget request, it was in the $600,000 or so, I think, new initiatives range. And that included several new planning initiatives, as well as requests for to fund some existing positions that were unfunded, and funding requests for new positions. And the only thing that was funded was 2 projects: Randolph Road Corridor Study and the Germantown Employment Corridor Check-in. So that was a very unusual year in the sense that we got very little funding out of our budget request. So as Karen noted, we don't have that larger pool of one-time initiatives, which would reflect, funding that we got for new projects to be able to deduct from our budget request this year.
And even those 2 requests that we got, the $90,000, they were both higher requests. They were in the $100,000 to $130,000 range, and they were whittled down to $90,000 for the 2 of them. Also on here, you can see we're requesting ongoing initiatives, new positions of $848,000. Just for some historical perspective, Planning Department's budget was reduced in FY11, so 14 years ago, was reduced almost 14% as a result of the recession. 31 career positions were abolished. 7 of those positions, 7 additional positions on top of the 31 were defunded. So that left us with a total of 151 positions, which we still have today. So between FY17 and FY22, 6 of those 7 unfunded positions were refunded, but we still have 151 positions, which is from same number as FY11. Through careful personnel management, strategic reallocation of staff, trying to shift people where we need them most, and through hiring unbudgeted seasonal and temporary employees, the Planning Department has successfully managed to carry out our work program. However, over the past several years, the workload has increased to an unsustainable level due to receiving and reviewing a historically high number of regulatory applications, coupled with increased mandates regarding equity, sustainability, climate initiatives, and forest conservation, and others. Planning Department has shifted staff internally as much as we possibly can to address these new mandates, while at the same time we were waiting for Thrive Montgomery 2050 to be approved so we could understand how this new general plan would impact our work program and what those staffing needs would be to meet the updated general plan. Since the adoption of Thrive Montgomery 2050 in the fall of 2022, and in response to the limited new resources provided in 2024, as we stated, the Planning Department has continued to rely on existing staff resources to meet the increased workload and other priorities. However, this approach is not sustainable and poses a risk to the department's ability to effectively accomplish its work program, also while expediting the development review process. For FY25, the Planning Department is requesting funding for the 1 remaining unfunded position and for 5 new full-time positions to address 3 key work areas. One is for the ongoing work program need that's currently filled by unbudgeted temporary staff or by part-time staff. The second is to right-size the divisions with a growing work program due to increased development applications and to support expediting the development review process. And the third area is to support the department's growing work program related to addressing climate change and placemaking initiatives. These new positions will bring the department's complement to 156, which is still 26 below the FY10 staffing level. In addition, the Planning Department is requesting to convert a part-time position, career position, to a full-time position, and to increase seasonal staff salaries to assist with our staff development program through the learning management system, the Commission's new learning management system. Again, we realize that this is a high number, but we have been holding tight and holding on, and it is just no longer sustainable. We feel we must ask for the resources we need to continue to operate at a high level that the county has come to expect. Going through our base budget changes, Anjali Sood, our budget manager, has been working hard behind the scenes to determine our known operating commitments, including any mandated contractual or inflationary increases. Salary and benefits, these increase of $477,000 are for current employees and includes the retirement annualization of salary and compensation for FY24, other post-employment benefits and health benefits. The CPI increase, just inflationary increases for contracts and supplies. Chargebacks for risk management, long-term disability, and legal for actual expenses on behalf of our department. Major known commitments went down $25,000, and I'll explain that in a minute. The development review chargeback for the Special Revenue Fund. This is for staff time that is spent reviewing development applications. It's charged back to this Special Revenue Fund. In light of the Development Review Work Group, which is just wrapping up, we are looking into right-sizing this fund, and we'll bring that back to the Planning Board in our November budget work session. And the chargeback for the CIO and CWIT, that was part of the discussion just that the CIO, Mazen Shalay, just presented in his budget submission. That's an increase of $60,444. So these known increases are $634,000 total, or 2.5% of our 8.4% increase. As I was talking earlier, the major known commitments, we really just have two major known commitments this year. One's a one-time expense and one's ongoing. First, we have the reduction from last year's one-time major known expense, and that was $200,000, so that's a savings this year. We have an increase this year for the biennial traffic monitoring report. The pedestrian master plan requires a comprehensive pedestrian and bicycle survey be conducted every other year, so that's will be next year in FY25. And we're also asking for a $75,000 increase for ongoing expenses in ITI for switches, routers, and firewall replacements. So that makes our, those added together makes our total known income actually a decrease of $25,000 for this year. I'm going to now turn this over to Acting Director Stern, and she's going to discuss our FY25 proposed new plans and projects and our new initiatives for the Planning Department that we believe are critical to continue planning for Montgomery County in the future.
Can I ask you a question? That $75,000, are those for the systems that Planning Department has only?
This is for both, it'll be $75,000 for both parks and for planning. And so $150,000 total, and it's to keep up with the switches, the routers, the firewall replacements. It's actual equipment.
Yeah, that's for the system that is not, enterprise system, that is just for the Planning Department. Is that
Planning
correct?
and parks both.
Planning and
correct.
parks.
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the board to be aware of, Montgomery Planning and Montgomery Parks, we share the Information Technology and Innovation Division, our IT division. And so this cost is Montgomery Planning's half of a cost that Montgomery Parks will also be paying for as well.
Got it. So these are not the enterprise.
No,
that's
is
correct.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Those systems, so for the information for the commissioners are here, that these are systems that are specifically, they're not enterprise for the whole commissions, and they're just for the two departments.
That's
that they
correct.
have. Okay.
Yes, and parks will also have a $75,000 amount in their budget.
So before going into our requested new initiatives for FY25, we just wanted to note that we do have several existing master plans underway that will continue into our FY25 budget. We are not requesting new funding, but just wanted to note that these efforts will continue. This includes the Great Seneca Plan, the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways Technical Update, the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, the Clarksburg Master Plan Amendment, and the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan. Next slide. We also have several other planning initiatives, planning projects that have already started in this fiscal year or was already underway that will also continue into FY25. We will be wrapping up the growth and infrastructure policy, the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative we hope to complete by FY25. The Germantown Employment Corridor Check-in, that was one of the new projects that we received funding for in FY24. The update to the Incentive Density Implementation Guidelines, the Thrive Montgomery 2050 Plan Implementation Metrics, and the Randolph Road Corridor Study. Next slide. So for FY25, we are requesting funding for 2 new master plans. The first is the Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan. Go right ahead, Karen. And the second is a Friendship Heights Sector Plan. I will, in subsequent slides, go into further detail about these requests, and also just wanted to point out in our budget memo, starting on page 10, you will see further details for each of the new initiatives. One thing I did want to note for FY25, we did things a little bit differently with our budget request for each new initiative. There is additional information that we have included in addition to what the description is and what the funding ask is, including what objectives, metrics, and equity goals will be achieved, a lengthier discussion about project resources, which includes, for the projects, we're requesting funding to support for consultant-related support. But what we decided to do this year was to also point out that for most of these projects, we will have internal staff resources that would actually be doing a lot of the work. And so we wanted to make that clear with each of our asks for new initiatives, that it's not just we're going to have consultants running them, and in certain cases we will. But just to provide that clarity and also to be responsive to something that we were asked about quite a bit by the council last year. They had the impression that we hire a lot of consultants to do a lot of our work, and that's actually not the case. So we just wanted to add that clarification. And then additionally, the other category for each of the new initiatives is what measure of success will be achieved.
So Director Tanya.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get my hands around it. So for the master plans, staff, this is not for staff. These are for consultant.
That's correct.
Helping the staff to finish the master plan.
Yes, and for each of these, I will go into details in terms of what we are requesting the consultant funding for, just to provide some additional information.
Do you
But that's
have to do
correct.
that every year? Because you always, if you think about it, that if you have 3 or 4 master plans that you do every year, is that possible that you put a base budget for you that every year you don't have to go and request for money to do actually your work? That sort of put the department at risk, because some years, if it is included in base budget, I know that the cost of the consultant may vary, but even though when you're asking that, you don't know exactly how much is the cost of the consultant is, because you probably don't have them on board. But it makes it a little bit risky, in my opinion, that every year you actually, for the work program that you have already promised and people are waiting to happen, you have to actually ask for money. Unless that we put that as your base budget, at least you have a specific budget that you can go. And if you go over the budget, then you can come and ask for the budget. But that's a safer thing than every year you go and ask for it.
But I think part of this is, is that you're just telling them how their money is being used, right? And if you need any additional from, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I also like how, are you trying to tell council and the outsider, this is what we're doing. This is where we're using, you asked for X, you know, we're doing X, and this is the outcome we expect, so they, I'm guessing so that they know that their money was.
Actually, they have a work program. They go in front of the county council, and every year they have a work program. You just offered it at the biennial, and every 6 months, and sometimes even different. So they don't need the budget to see what is that we are doing. But I'm thinking if you put it
if I
in
could
the
respond.
Karen Ashley, let me start first and then I'll turn it over to you. So with the planning department's budget request with regards to our work program, we're actually making two requests. One is approval to add these projects to our work program. What the council saw with the semi-annual, it only represents what is already included, the projects that are already included in our approved work program. They do not include any of these new projects. And so we are first asking the council, first the board and then the council, we would like to do a Georgia Avenue corridor plan. Can we get approval to add that to our work program? And then secondly, we're asking for funding resources for consultant support. So it's really two asks. In terms of the point that you were making, Vice Chair Pedoeem, I definitely understand your point. And I think the tricky thing is that our use of consultants, even for master plans, they can vary. There may be some similarities because we use them for very discrete tasks, which again, I will talk about in detail, but they can vary depending upon the specific plan. And the other piece is that we still have to get authorization to add that project to our work program. And depending upon how many either new master plans and or studies or initiatives that we're adding to our work program, that will obviously affect the amount of funding we will need for consultant support. I definitely understand your point, and it would be great if we could do something like that, but I think because of the way our budget is approved along with our work program at the same time, and it makes it a little tricky.
I was just trying to help.
Yes, I appreciate
Add to
it.
that, actually, I transferred over from Montgomery Parks to Montgomery Planning in 2015, and I asked the county council staff at that time, I said, this doesn't make sense that we keep asking for, you know, that we say, okay, we're giving this money up and we're asking for new money, and it was about the average of $700,000. Why don't we just have a $700,000 base budget? And the response back was, the council wants to control and approve our work program. And that's how they can do that. You know, they can say, yes, this is a master plan we want you to work on, this is a study that we want you to do, and here's the funding to do that. And so that was their request at that time. But yeah, no, it's a great idea. I would love to do that.
Next slide. Again, these are just highlights. I will talk about these in detail, but again, we have several new major projects proposed in FY25. Phase 2 of the mapping segregation project, we completed phase 1 in FY23. The burial sites context study, a regional travel demand model update and validation, a climate assessment quantitative tool update, and a parking lot design study. Next slide. So in summary, for our FY25 new initiatives, the Planning Department is requesting 16 new initiatives. For 7 new one-time initiatives, these are our master plans, planning studies, for a total of $665,000. 1 new ongoing initiative, which I will talk about in a minute, for $37,000, and 8 new ongoing personnel initiatives, which Karen mentioned in summary, which will total $848,158,000 for a total of $1,550,158 for FY25 new initiatives. Next slide. For our one-time initiatives, again, this is the full summary of our new master plans and studies that we're requesting. This totals $665,000 for 7 new one-time initiatives. Next slide. So next, I'm going to walk through each of our specific new initiatives. The first is the Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan for which we're requesting $155,000. This plan, this new master plan is intended to enhance community equity and to further economic competitiveness and to evaluate land use along segments of Georgia Avenue. This is an area that has been getting a lot of attention in part from the visit that by Governor Wes Moore earlier this year that the Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez organized and we participated on. There's been efforts to seek state funding to make some transportation improvements, but we really feel that this is the time to do a more comprehensive master plan looking at segments of Georgia Avenue. We also want to identify opportunities for further environmental resilience along the corridors and to celebrate connections among parks and stream valleys, and very significantly to improve multimodal safety along the corridor. And this corridor plan would build on the analysis and findings of earlier plans, including the 2008 Georgia Avenue study, the 2013 countywide transit corridors functional master plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, and the Randolph Road Corridor study, which is part of our current work program that we will be kicking off soon. And one just thing I wanted to note, again, for our master plans, we are using the approach in certain instances of doing corridor plans, looking at segments of corridors. The University Boulevard corridor plan that we have underway is a very good example of that. And so we want to apply the same approach to segments of Georgia Avenue. With regards to the funding request, it includes $75,000 for detailed transportation modeling scenarios with road right sizing to accommodate a complete street that provides safety for all roadway users. So making sure that we apply our complete streets design guide here. $50,000 for public utility analysis associated with corridor planning, and then $30,000 in translation services for equitable community engagement, including neighborhood meetings, door-to-door engagement, the canvassing that we've been employing more recently, written materials and virtual meetings. And, you know, as I'm sure you all are aware, this area has a very diverse community, and so we want to make sure that we have some funding support for that as part of our community engagement. Next slide. The second new master plan that we are requesting is the Friendship Heights Sector Plan. The request is for $50,000. This would engage community stakeholders to update the 1998 Friendship Heights Central Business District Sector Plan to envision the next chapter of this very unique cross-jurisdictional urban community. We are already partnering with the DC Office of Planning. They are doing a Wisconsin Avenue planning framework, and we also have launched the Friendship Heights Urban Design Study as part of our current work program. And the sector plan is an opportunity to assess and address the economy, demographics, land use, parks, open space, transportation, the environment, and more. And obviously to implement Thrive Montgomery 2050 within this neighborhood. And again, this is an opportunity for us to do a deeper dive master planning effort for a community that has not had a new master plan in quite some time. That's why we're doing the urban design study as sort of a first step to do some sort of analysis of what's happening right now. And so in terms of the $50,000 request, $38,000 is to support enhanced community engagement, event support, including 2 visioning workshops, 4 focus groups, and additional engagement strategy and support for other events, and then $12,000 for design guideline graphic support to produce professional 3D renderings. I also wanted to note that typically for new master plans, the funding request is usually more than $50,000, but because we already have funding for the urban design study underway, that's actually taking care of some of the work that we otherwise would have done as part of this master plan. Next slide.
Very good, you answered my question.
So moving on to our new one-time planning initiatives. This is Mapping Segregation Phase 2 for a request of $150,000. So as you may recall, we completed Phase 1 of the Mapping Segregation Project, which looked at where racially restrictive housing covenants existed within a down county. And we want to continue that research into a second phase and to extend the deed and plat research to selected areas of the county outside the Capital Beltway. This would include deed, plat, census, demographic, and other historic research and analysis to identify these discriminatory, then legal discriminatory practices, and also to determine how that discrimination impacted the racial makeup and geographic distribution of households headed by racial minorities. We also, as part of Phase 2, want to include an historical analysis on events and practices that led to the county's fair housing and public accommodations law in the 1960s to overturn that legal housing discrimination. I did want to note that we did a briefing to the Council's Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee earlier this year on Phase 1. And this is actually a project that we requested funding for in FY24, and it was not funded. And at the time, there was some discussion about it. There was most of our projects were not funded because it was a very, very tight budget year. But this was one where they had some interest, but they wanted us to come back to talk more about the scope. So we did that with the PHP committee again earlier this year. And this scope reflects in part some of what we heard from them that they would like to see. So they are expecting this budget request. And in this instance, the $150,000 request is for a consultant to lead the research and assistance, because this is very, very extensive, very detailed research. And that's something that's beyond the capacity of our historic preservation office staff. And so this would be led primarily by a consultant. Next slide.
So can I ask you, it's wonderful, and I remember when you showed that Phase 1 is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But what are we going to do about it? Are we going to just do the study and just keep it somewhere? Or is it going to be that some kind of recommendation or something is going to come out of it for some kind of action item that we make some actions about it?
So I think it's important to keep in mind that this type of effort is in part to make sure that we accurately capture the history of how this county grew and developed. This was something that we discussed quite a bit in earlier briefings on Phase 1. It isn't like a master plan or a study where there's a specific recommendation to go do next. It's in part to make sure, to unearth, did this actually happen in the county? Where did it happen? To what extent? Were these racially restrictive covenants existing? We did that research for within, inside the Beltway in the Down County area, but there's still a question of whether how extensive these covenants were outside the Beltway. There are those that even when we've briefed the study about, thought, it probably didn't happen because most of a lot of development in the county, like the 50s and 60s, happened inside the Beltway. But based off of some initial research we've done, it does appear that they do exist outside, and so we want to be able to capture that. The other piece, too, is that we created a mapping tool from the Phase 1 work that is available on our website that residents and others can look at to explore further where covenants existed in their own communities. And in some cases, it may spur other efforts. Within the town of Chevy Chase, one of the villages, they subsequently did their own research and looked at their own deeds and identified or tried to identify whether or not there were covenants that existed there. This type of research is also very helpful for us in doing our master plans, because we as part of telling the narrative and history of how that community developed, this will be an additional resource for us to be able to refer to make sure that we are cognizant of where this type of discrimination, legal discrimination, may have occurred and how it may or may not have affected, the subsequent community that lives there. Next slide. The next new initiative is one that we also requested last year, the Burial Sites Context Study. This is a request for $65,000 to conduct a historic context study for the cemeteries and burial sites listed in the Burial Sites Inventory. It would provide quite a bit of information, such as classifying burial sites by type, time period, cultural associations, geography, et cetera, and would create periods of significance and identify important themes and trends to identify sites that are significant and could warrant inclusion in the National Register and the county's master plan for historic preservation. This also would designate burial sites associated with underrepresented communities such as African American and Native American burial sites, which is, very much a major issue today, and making sure that we identify and can acknowledge where they existed. So this request for $65,000 is for a consultant to lead the extensive investigative research for this study. Next slide. The next is the regional travel demand model update and validation for $100,000. So the planning department uses the Travel for Regional Travel Demand Forecasting Model, which was adopted from the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments or Transportation Planning Board's regional model to conduct the master plan transportation adequacy evaluations that we have to do as part of master plans. And to provide relevant results from time to time, the base year traffic volume forecast must be checked against observed traffic data. The Travel for model was last validated for the county in 2014 for the base year of 2010 by a consultant firm. So it's time to validate the model again to a more recent year's worth of data so that the public, the board, and the council can have confidence in the results. And so we're requesting, again, $100,000 for consultant assistance to work with our staff to develop the tools while our planning staff and our countywide planning and policy division, they will maintain and run the current version of the model. Next slide. The next request is $20,000 for the update to our department's climate assessment quantitative tool. We may have, I'm sure, whenever we bring master plans or CTAs to the board, you will hear a brief summary about a climate assessment for each of those. The county council back in 2022 passed a law that requires the Office of Legislative Oversight and the Planning Board to conduct climate assessments of bills, CTAs, and master plans to evaluate the impact of those actions on climate change in the county. The board is responsible for climate assessments for ZTAs and master plans, and the planning department produces those for the board. In order to do that, we had to develop a methodology. We hired a consultant at the time to assist us with that. And so we developed a tool and a spreadsheet to conduct quantitative assessments for master plans and ZTAs. The climate assessments law does require both OLO and the planning board every 2 years to review and update that tool that they use. And so FY25 will be the time for the next update. We started doing the climate assessments in March of this year, which is when it was required to start. And this tool will assist our staff to develop more refined land use recommendations and master plans and to support implementation of the Climate Action Plan and Thrive Montgomery 2050. So there is one typo in here, Karen. It says $100,000 under the funding. We'll fix that. But it's $20,000 to hire a consultant with specialized expertise in greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration modeling to help us update the quantitative tool. And one thing I will note is that even though we worked with a consultant to create the tool that we started using in March of 2023, we have been continuing to work with them to tweak it as we've actually been using it, but we need to do this more comprehensive update for FY25. Next slide. The next request is for the parking lot design study for $125,000. This effort would update parking lot design standards to ensure new or rebuilt parking lots prioritize safety, pedestrian safety, and vehicular safety, and to provide convenient, accessible parking for people with disabilities, for bikes, and micromobility. It would also guide the county to transform hazardous parking lots into multimodal spaces with pedestrian pathways, better lighting, space for bikes and micromobility devices, and fewer pedestrian conflicts. And this project is recommended in the county's Vision Zero 2030 Action Plan and is also a recommendation in our recently adopted pedestrian master plan. The request for $125,000 is for consultant support consultant with unique expertise to lead all aspects of the project. We did want to note that we have already applied for a federal grant, Safe Streets for All grant, to fund this project, and we hope to find out later this month if we've been awarded. But in the meantime, we have added this request to our budget request just in case that did not go through.
If we get awarded, it's going to be the whole full amount.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
good.
Next slide. So I want to shift to our ongoing FY25 new initiatives that will be ongoing, and then speak in more detail about our requests for personnel support. Next slide. So we have one new initiative that will be ongoing, the placemaking expansion of our placemaking initiative within our department for $37,000. We have been conducting our placemaking efforts for a few years now, and one more recent major event we did was the Placemaking Festival for Fairlane Briggs Cheney last year. And for this, we, from our experience doing these projects, we've gotten a lot of support from community members for these placemaking initiatives, and they've oftentimes have spurred permanent longer-term upgrades through public and private investment. But there's a growing demand for additional placemaking around the county. We are also, in our department, we've actually developed a placemaking strategic plan to better inform, to both reflect on and learn from our experience doing placemaking initiatives and to inform how we can move forward through either our department or working with community members and other partners. But to support all of these efforts, we would like to increase our overall annual placemaking budget from $83,300 to $120,300 to cover the rising cost of materials and placemaking features. We also want to use this funding to physically enhance communities that we serve, and again, to demonstrate the positive impact of planning recommendations in a tangible way, which is what you can do through temporary placemaking. And we also want to make sure that we can expand our placemaking efforts to implement placemaking activities within equity-focused areas. And again, because these are really popular when we do these efforts, more communities would like to have them, but we need the funding support to be able to meet that need. And so a $37,000 request, again, would increase our overall total budget for our placemaking initiative and would be used for specialized consultant services for placemaking to ensure that quality and safety standards are met during installation.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
And I think you kind of alluded to this when you said that there sometimes these are sort of either taken over or there's other investment that goes in outside of the public funds. Is that, I assume that's part of our long-term plan, that as more and more of these happen, it just doesn't continue to increase our own budget, that we would find ways to try to transition this to some other management operation?
Yes, and as part of our placemaking strategic plan, a big goal of that was to identify when should the planning department do placemaking initiatives and when there are opportunities for others to do it, whether it's the development community, community organizations, et cetera, other agencies. And so that's, we're really trying to make sure that we can implement placemaking that is within our capacity to do, but we do understand that some of this need can be met in partnering with others. So that is something that we've certainly looked at, because it's quite a lot of work to do a placemaking initiative, to do a placemaking festival, and we want to make sure that we have a budget that can support efforts that are sustainable for our department, but also recognizing that these things do cost more money, and we want to make sure that the pieces that we do will work well, but still recognize that we are not the only ones who can do placemaking. We want to be able to partner with and encourage others to do it too.
Thanks.
Next slide. So as Karen noted earlier, we have requests for additional personnel support as part of our FY25 budget requests, totally $848,158. I won't repeat everything that she said. I think she covered it really well. I think the important message to take away is that we have been meeting our increased workload demands, new priorities from the county, new mandates within our existing staff complement of 151 positions that we've had since FY 2011. But we find that this is getting to be, it's just unsustainable. We're already running the risk of staff burnout. We have staff who are doing, additional duties on top of their day-to-day duties that are part of their jobs. And it's getting to the point where it's becoming very difficult for us to be able to meet these new demands, or sometimes frankly not new anymore demands. We also have been paying for either term contract employees or contractors to do some of this work as well. And these are duties that we recognize are really part of our ongoing functions. And so we are really looking to make sure that through this request, we can right-size our department in a very strategic way so that we can continue to meet these needs, this increased workload, to be able to better expedite the regulatory review process, and to do this in a very thoughtful way. So again, we are asking for funding for several positions, and as well as funding for existing positions that were not funded, but we were very, very strategic in making these asks. And again, just the three sort of major areas that we want to address, again, is to address ongoing work program needs filled by unbudgeted temporary staff or part-time staff, to address right-sizing divisions with a growing work program due to development applications, and then the third category is to support a growing work program addressing climate change and placemaking initiatives. So I'm going to walk through each of these. Next slide. So this is the entire list. There are, under the first category, meeting ongoing work program needs, we're requesting funding to meet needs that are filled by unbudgeted temporary staff or part-time staff. And we have three new positions that we are requesting to address right-sizing divisions with a growing work program, and then 2 additional new positions to support addressing climate change and placemaking initiatives. Next slide. And I will try to go through these quickly, and if you have any questions, I can address those, and there are details in the budget memo as well. The first is a $37,000 request for a seasonal staff to serve as a learning management system administrator. As I think it was noted earlier, through Central Administrative Services request, the commission has a new commission-wide learning management system. And so we need additional staff resources within our HR team to be able to manage that for the planning department, and also to help create and promote training, and also to research best practice and trends in training, to partner with training specialists in other departments, and to just ensure that we can provide this resource in a very effective way for our staff. Next slide.
Tanya,
Yes.
I'm just a little bit confused because you said that you have like about 7 or 6 unfunded positions. Is that what it is? We have positions that have been there since 2014, carried and was never abolished.
Correct.
So those positions that you are asking 6 additional one are positions that you already have, but you didn't have
We have-
budget attached to it? Is that what I'm hearing?
We had 7 positions that were unfunded in 2011. We have filled 6 of those since that time. So we have 1 unfunded position left.
Just one?
Just one. So the majority of our ask in terms of personnel are for new positions.
Okay, so they are new position. Okay.
So this first one is for a seasonal staff person. Next slide. This next one is is to fund a frozen position that already exists, but again has been unfunded. Sorry, I think I'm looking at the wrong. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I got that confused with another one. So for this position, we do have this position as an existing one. The adequate public facilities is a planner 3. What we are asking is to convert it from a part-time position to a full-time position. The total request is for $23,584. This is a staff person who supports countywide planning and policy and doing their schools adequacy reviews. And as you all know, that's very intensive work. There's quite a lot that is required as part of that. This staff person also produces the annual schools test that goes to the board every year. And so we recognize that this really is a full-time work program, and so we want to convert this position to full-time. Next slide. So this is the existing position that has been frozen with no funding for a number of years. This is the Transportation Data Management Planner 1 position with an ask of $111,176. We requested this position last year, but it was not funded by the council. And this position, again, has been filled for several years by temporary staff, and we need to move away from it. It's been, that's not something that you can continue to do for a work program that we now know is really ongoing work. This position would help keep the department's extensive travel demand forecasting network up to date and would maintain our complete network database to ensure that our department can appropriately evaluate transportation adequacy of master plans. Next slide. So this is, I'm shifting to the category of right-sizing divisions with a growing work program due to increased development applications and to support expediting the development review process. For our up-county division in particular, that division has been particularly affected by a big increase in workload. And again, there's a lot of details in the budget memo I can address if you have some questions. But really, over the past 10 years, they've processed more regulatory and zoning applications than the other divisions, particularly including conditional uses. And this trend does not appear to be slowing. And so as part of this, we are requesting 2 positions within the up-county division to alleviate the current high level of workload, as well as concerns about burnout among our existing staff. Currently, the up-county division chief performs the majority of supervision of these areas of the work program. But what we want to do is to create a supervisor position that would report to the division chief so that the division chief can be the chief of the division. And so this new supervisor position at a request of $163,316 would oversee zoning, mandatory referrals, and agricultural initiatives, and would help improve service for Up County and East County in terms of communication coordination efforts with those various communities. This supervisor will also help supervise the staff to make sure that we can shorten our processing timelines for applications, and they would also be responsible for implementing agritourism initiatives. Next slide. The second position for Up County is a request for a Planner 1 regulatory planner at $111,176. This would be an additional environmental reviewer assigned to the Zoning, Public Projects, and Agricultural Initiatives team, and would provide support to the regulatory team to address the increased workload. Next slide. For our intake and regulatory coordination division, they also have seen increased applications that they have to process. And I know intake was definitely a big topic of conversation as part of the development review process work group. And so this request would be for a Planner 1 intake planner at $111,176. And I didn't mention earlier, but these are for both salaries and benefits for each of these positions. This additional intake reviewer would enable the intake team to decrease review times and to move applications to the regulatory reviewers and the area teams more quickly, and will help achieve our overarching goal of streamlining the development review process. Next slide. So I'm now shifting to that third category that we want to address with our personnel requests, which is to support our department's growing work program addressing climate change and placemaking initiatives. I mentioned earlier we have the climate assessments law that's now in place. We have different staff who are charged with producing those climate assessments, whether it's for ZTAs or master plans. But between that and other initiatives that we are supporting or taking a lead on as part of implementing both the Climate Action Plan and Thrive Montgomery 2050. Even our staff internally said we really need one sort of point person to lead a lot of these efforts because this is on top of all of their existing job duties. And so we're requesting a planner for focus on to support our climate initiative at a request of $150,739 to ensure that climate-related initiatives and recommendations are integrated throughout the development of every master plan. This person would conduct climate assessments as required by the county law that I mentioned earlier for all ZTAs and master plans. They would also lead the department's climate change, resiliency, and vulnerability efforts in support of Thrive and the CAP, and would serve as a liaison to other county agencies and their related climate initiatives. One last thing I would mention about this, why it's really important for us to really staff up our capacity on climate initiatives, in addition to addressing the sort of newer priorities and mandates within a county, is that this better positions our department to take the lead in making sure that our master plans can go even further in addressing climate change. This is actually a big topic that I worked on a lot when I was at the DC Office of Planning. And in DC's comprehensive plan update that I worked on before I came here, we included resilience as a major topic for the first time in that comprehensive plan and created a whole new set of policies around that. We certainly did a lot of that with Thrive Montgomery 2050, but there's even more that we can do, but we need the staff support to help us to get to that. Next slide. And then the last position ask is for a Planner 3 to support our placemaking, design, and implementation. This is a request of $139,991. I talked earlier about the additional funding request for our placemaking initiative. We really need additional staff capacity around this effort as well. We have someone within our director's office who has been leading a lot of this work, but we have had to rely on interns to help us get a lot of this work done. And so we really see the need to have someone on our staff permanently. This person would also help to ensure the successful completion and implementation of 2 ongoing initiatives, the incentive zoning update study, and I mentioned a placemaking strategic plan. Also to ensure that our area teams are receiving adequate support to incorporate form-based standards for corridor plans and to monitor the implementation of our placemaking efforts with a particular focus on serving equity focus areas. And this person would also help to support streamlined design review of development applications and to help advance our design excellence initiative. So this one position will actually be helping to meet, a number of needs, being led through our director's office. Next slide. So that concludes our request. The FY proposed master plan and major project schedule shows the schedule for these new requests, these new initiatives, as well as our ongoing initiatives that we already have underway. And as I like to tell a lot of folks, we have a very robust work program, and we hope to continue to do so in FY25. Next slide. Just to recap, this is our FY25 proposed budget. We are requesting for FY25, including new initiatives, a budget of $27,039,154. This is an increase of just over $2 million, or 8.4%. Just wanted to note, base budget changes is 2.5% of this request. Proposed new initiatives that are one-time would be 2.7%, and then proposed new initiatives that would be ongoing, plus the new positions would be 3.6% of that increase. Next slide. So we are today requesting the board to approve the Planning Department's FY25 proposed budget, and we will also be back for our subsequent budget work sessions with the board, and at this time, happy to answer any additional questions.
Yeah, the commissioners, you have any questions, comments?
I do have a question. Could you go back on 8.4%? This board is new, okay? So I'm thinking that what is a fiscal responsible budget to submit to the county council? Is that possible that you show us the last, like for FY24, FY23, or FY22, what was the increase of the budget that the planning board submitted to the county council as the budget for operating budget? I think is January 1st that we do. At least we have a source of comparison that how it was done. I know that when it goes there, they cut it, but at least our first submittal, I want to say how we have been doing it.
Sure, we can provide that. I will say in general, and Karen, please correct me if I'm wrong, the board, previous boards have submitted to the county executive and the county council what the planning department requested. And so the big changes occurred after, it got to the council.
I'm just wondering that what was the percentage average? I know about, I know about the Parks Department. While I was at the Parks, we were very cognizant in regard to at least our first submittal covers what we really want, and then also to be something that fiscally be prudent. So I don't remember that exactly what was the percentages that it was done. Is it around the same 8 or 10 or 5?
It really varied, and again, I think, so we can definitely provide that. I think we should go back a few fiscal years.
Yeah.
Because FY24 is not a good comparison because we got so little funding from the council, and so that makes, so part of what we're asking for FY25 is a repeat of what we asked for last year and wasn't funded, and we also don't have the benefit of having $600,000 or $700,000 to deduct, from our approved budget. Karen, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to be clear, did you want to know the percent that we asked or the percent that we received?
No, what we asked the first time. You see this sheet that we have here, it says recap, the way that you ask. If you just give us a source of comparison for the past few years, if 24 wasn't good, still it's nice to see what was 24, what we asked the first time.
I can tell you that our base budget last year was 1.5 million because of the increases in salaries for the compensation and classification study. So last year might not be a good comparison because it was a very large increase for that. And, we had the $640,000, or I forget what the amount was. There was a larger amount, I think it was 640, that we deducted last year.
Yeah.
So the in and the out, were much more comparable last year. But last year, again, was a large amount because of the known commitments.
That is fine. If you just show the last 2 or 3 years, and if
Sure.
there is something that is really notable about like FY24, you could just put the note that, that's how, it was an outlier. If
Right.
one year
Sure.
was an outlier, you could just say what it was the outlier for
Off the
our
top of my
sake.
head, I would say 5 to 10% is in the average. I mean, 5 to 10% is a big average, but it's probably in that range.
Okay.
And we can
Okay.
provide that breakdown.
Absolutely.
So, other questions, comments?
No, it's good.
Yeah, thank you for providing this. Is very, very detailed, and it helps us as we're thinking through the budget. Well, a couple things. One other question, though, 2 questions. One is, you said the council sometimes are concerned about, they're saying we're using consultants too much, whatever. If, just looking at your current budget, I don't know what consultants you use under the base budget, but just the $665,000 over 27 million is like 2.5%. And so I'm not sure what you had in the past, that they think that was too much or whatever. I'm just, but it is what it is, and I know we need the consultants to do specialized work, so I'm fine with that. The other piece is, once you consider, is that one of the boards, one of the main goals is to accelerate housing production in the county. I know that you have, in the Thrive, you have a toolkit for, how they, but this budget doesn't start until next July, right? And then, so it's July through the July of 26 or something? I don't know what it is.
July 1st, 2024.
4 through July 20.
To June 30th, 2025.
Yeah, so I would consider having, even if it's a no cost, but a line item for a study on accelerating housing production in the county. So it's shown as a priority. And for the council, it's something to think about, and us working with staff, and how do we, because our goal is that sometime, maybe next fall or something, to come to council with some recommendations from the board and staff on how to accelerate the housing production. And it could be, related to some zoning issues, related to some other things, but it would be, consider adding sort of some, to show that it's a priority. So we can talk about it later, but that's, because if we don't put it down, we want to put it, show it to them that this is a very, very high priority, and that way we can work toward presenting something to them, okay?
We can, if I can just
Yeah.
respond just really briefly, we can certainly do that. I also wanted to note that for our master plans, all of our master plans, both our ongoing ones and the two new proposed ones, they all are very much about, expediting and supporting further housing production. That's always a big priority. I think what we could do is in our next version of our budget memo, just highlight that more specifically so that is clear. That's in addition to, the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative Innovative Housing Toolkit. So it's baked into a number of our other projects, but we definitely hear your point, and we can certainly make that clear and also look at, is there something else that we could highlight as part of our new work program for which we aren't necessarily requesting funding,
Right.
But just to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, because some things are outside the master, they will be, because master plans take over. So thank you so much, just concerning,
Sure.
just an idea that we should talk through more.
Certainly.
But thank you for your very, very detailed presentation, thank you. And now we'll take 1 minute, and then Parks can come up, we'll do the Parks presentation. Thank you. We're live now. Thank you. We're back on item number 4, the fiscal year 25 operating budget discussion. And now we'll have the Parks Department provide their presentation, and Ms. Nancy Steele will present, and with Parks Director Mike Riley. And
Good morning, Planning Board. For the record, Parks Director Mike Riley. I'm just going to provide some brief remarks for context. The budget process in Montgomery County is nuanced and not very intuitive. So given that some of the board members have not been through it and I have been through it for so many years, I just thought I would give a very quick overview of process before I turn it over to Nancy to go through and justify the parks request. So eventually today or in a future session, you will vote to transmit an operating budget for the Montgomery side of the commission and all these departments. It will go to the council and the county executive, and then the county executive will release a recommended budget on March 15th of 2024. Before he does that, the staff will have an opportunity to meet with the Office of Management and Budget and justify our budget request. And we'll actually have an audience also, the chair, including the chair with the county executive to justify our budget request. However, if it follows suit as it has in past years when the county executive proposes a recommended budget, it will just include a number for us. It will not be an analysis of what he supports, what he does not support. It will be a number for the park fund and the admin fund. And if history follows, as I'm sure it will this year, that number will be significantly less, millions of dollars less than what we requested. And then we will come back to the board shortly thereafter. It's usually towards the end of March or April, early April, before the council takes up the budget. And we'll have to report to you if we have to live within that number that the county executive has recommended. Here are the things that you submitted in the budget requests that will be called non-recommended reductions. We might be able to find some savings at that point that we could give up because we have better numbers from actuaries and that type of thing. But in general, we'll have to prepare a list. Each department will say, if we live within that allocation, these are the things that we're not going to be able to include in the budget process. And then those things will go compete in front of the county council. That's the point where all these asks you're hearing from compete with each other when it comes back to you in late March, early April, and you'll have to make some difficult decisions at that point. And then we'll go to the council, and if it follows as it has in past years, they will be supportive of some of those non-recommended reductions, and they'll restore that money, but they won't find it for others. So that's generally how the process winds down, and I hope you find that helpful, that all these things really do come back to you one more time in that period towards the end of March, early April for your consideration.
yeah, thank you for that summary and explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing, I've got some good news for you. The parks budget, base budget plus program enhancements is only up 3.9%. This is the big budget. Our budget, you've heard from all the budgets except one, except I hope you don't find this depressing. You've only reviewed about 30% of the dollars. You're about to review the other 70% of the dollars with the Parks Fund, but unlike some of the other budgets that are talking figures over 20%, our budget request is only 3.9, and that's good news. If it was 20%, just for context, that would be a $25 million increase, which was not going to be money that the county executive is going to throw at us. And then the last thing I just want to say before I turn it over to Nancy, you are going to see quite a few park staff in the room. Because we have such a big, diverse work program ranging from police issues to horticulture to operations and marketing and everything, we determined years ago that it was best for the board to bring the subject matter experts up to speak to our program enhancements instead of just having Nancy and I do it. Obviously, we're briefed and up to speed, but for example, today, if you're going to ask For example, why we need a assistant barn manager. For the park police, I thought it would be better that Chief McSwain answers that question to you rather than me. So that's why we have these multiple folks here. So with that, I will turn it over to Nancy Steen, who as always does a great job packaging our budget.
All right, thank you, Mike. And good morning. For the record, I'm Nancy Steen, and I am the budget manager for the operating budget for the Department of Parks. And just like the other departments, we're here today seeking your approval for our department to prepare the FY25 budget at the base budget plus the program enhancements level for the Park Fund. Today's discussion is going to focus just on the Park Fund. We will be discussing funding for our other funds at the November budget session. And first, I'm just going to give you a little bit of an overview of the process that we go through to develop our projected budget, and then I will go through more detail as we go through the presentation. Each year, we actually begin our budget preparation in July, just literally a few days after we generally get, in fact, at that point, actually prior to the fact that the commission has approved the last budget. We're basically starting the next cycle. And we start first, obviously, looking at our required expenses and our known commitments at that time. But we also hold basically what we call a budget roundtable, where we meet with our division chiefs and the budget team for our department. And then at this meeting, the division chiefs do present all their additional requests, which we refer to as program enhancements. Some groups refer to them as new initiatives. We prefer to define them as program enhancements. And they submit those requests for review and discussion among the group. We take some votes on them to help prioritize them. And then ultimately, these requests are narrowed down to the most important ones, and then what we also think is somewhat feasible financially. We obviously get a lot more requests than we're able to put through, and we narrow them down to address the top priorities for the department. As mentioned by other departments, Katie Canupi, who was our acting corporate budget director, did do some initial presentation of some of the numbers back in September. Given some of the preliminary estimates at that point in time. Today's presentation does include updated totals from that initial estimate, and we do anticipate at this time that most of our numbers in today's presentation are final, but we may identify some additional corrections or minor adjustments as we go through the process. And then we also know, as you heard previously, that a couple of the numbers, pension and OPEB, are still not finalized, that we're still using estimates. Compensation is the largest overall cost in our budget. However, based on our current personnel complement, our base cost for compensation is actually decreasing by $353,353. Note that this change does not include the compensation marker of just over $4.6 million, which is included in the proposed budget for our department. And that compensation marker is for the projected cost of the impact of COLA and merit for our staff. Pension costs at this time is also projected to decrease slightly by $34,936. We actually anticipate that that will likely go up rather than down by the time we finalize the budget. In addition to the compensation and the debt service for our department, the other items that are included in the base budget get referred to by our department and by the county or by the commission and the county as major known commitments. The major known commitments, we actually group them into categories for ease of presentation, and these categories are listed on this slide, and then we provide additional detail by category in our memo and in the subsequent slides. If we look at the base budget request in a little more detail, we have, like I said, in addition to the personnel cost, we have increases that are related to the known commitments that total just under $3 million. The amounts are summarized by category on this slide, and they're also summarized on page 4 of our memo. Our largest cost impact for FY25 is for contractual increases. Most of our contracts have escalation clauses that are linked to the Consumer Price Index. So the recent inflationary increases are directly impacting these costs. With the compensation cost and the CIP debt service added, the combined overall total for the known commitments actually increases to be $3,364,635, which is a 2.7% increase over the FY adopted budget total. In the next few slides, we'll present some more detail on these major known commitments. The major known commitments for our department includes costs that are associated with OBI, or the operating budget impacts. Operating budget impacts are the costs associated with operating and maintaining the new and expanded parks or the added amenities. If we do not receive the additional funding to care for these additions, then it is essentially a reduction in service, since our existing staff and resources must be spread over a larger work program. Our total FY25 OBI funding request is $369,983. This slide has a listing of the various projects and the associated OBI cost for each CIP project. On this next slide, the OBI amounts are associated with the Water Quality Fund projection. The Water Quality Protection Fund requests are also listed. This chart is also included on page 5 of our memo, and then we also have a detailed description of the different projects included in Appendix A, and that starts on page 15 of the memo. Our department has a variety of contracts with known escalation clauses built in, and these would include things for costs such as maintenance services, tree removal services, custodial services, office services, software maintenance, and licensing fees, and this would just be a few of the variety of costs that we have for our department. For FY25, these increases total $767,741. Our memo provides detail on some of the larger contractual requests that are included in our budget request. And the next item for our known commitments, we're requesting $711,696 for inflationary increases for non-personnel costs for supplies for things such as maintenance parts and supplies, vehicle parts, computer equipment, custodial and horticultural supplies, office, program, and miscellaneous supplies. Also included in this category is our request for increased capital outlay funding. Currently, the inflation rate for our region is down to 3.3%, which is about half of what it was last year at this time. Although the inflation rate has decreased and is moving in the right direction, we're still encountering significant price increases for many of our basic supply needs, along with considerable delays in receiving the goods due to the supply chain issues. As just an anecdotal example, I was looking at the cost of some of the trucks that we buy, and we still have, I was comparing FY22 to FY23 and what we're anticipating paying for FY24, and the cost is almost doubled in that time frame. So pretty significant increase for just about everything we're buying. So while the inflation rate may be 3.3%, a lot of the cost went up more like 5 or 6% over the past year, and nobody's taking prices down. They just keep going up, or they are going to stay the same. Even though we're requesting approval for $2 million to spend in our capital equipment internal service fund, our budget actually does not include an increase for the FY24 budget for the debt service payment. Based on the timing of the projected funding for the financing, and because our department used available funding at the end of last fiscal year to prepay some of the debt service, no increase to the existing funding is needed to cover our cost for FY25. Our department does make purchases for the larger equipment items through our internal service fund, and then we finance that cost by either bond sales or bank loans, depending on what the rates are at the time. For the items that cost more than $10,000 and then have a life expectancy of more than 6 years, which is the length typically of the financing term. For FY25, our department requested funding level of $2 million will allow us to continue to replace older vehicles and equipment, as well as to purchase several items associated with OBI and program enhancement requests. This funding also includes $160,000 for our larger IT purchases. For the past few years, the department has had the capacity to pay off some of the future debt service cost at year end, thereby reducing the debt service payment for the next fiscal year. We wanted to show this on the slide 10 chart. It shows how we've been able to keep these costs in check for the past several years by making early payments, also by using fund balance that we've accumulated where in certain years where maybe we didn't have to finance and we were able to postpone financing. And then we also get cash from vehicle sales. So one of the important things when you look at the chart is that that blue line is what we're spending each year, or at least purchasing each year. The orange is showing what we're actually having to pay for debt service. So we've been able to keep the debt service lower, from these various factors. Another thing that's impacting this is both good and bad. It's good from a cash flow standpoint, bad from a practical standpoint, is the delivery times. Unfortunately, when we're buying vehicles and equipment, we're waiting. It was over a year in most cases for most of our acquisitions. It's starting to get a little bit better, but there's nothing getting shipped immediately when it comes to buying vehicles or big items. When I say big items, these are the bigger mowers, tractors, some of the different things like that. Most things are still taking a year, maybe 9 months. So we're having considerable lag times. This slide summarizes the total request for the Water Quality Protection Fund. We're requesting additional funding of $151,103. This includes funding for contracted services increases associated with inspections and maintenance. Our request also includes the OBI cost referenced previously in slide 7. The third item being requested is for the impact of the personnel increases that were approved in FY24 for the current staff who are funded through the Water Quality Protection Fund. Further detail on these requests is available on pages 7 through 8 of our Planning Board memo. And as a reminder, if approved, these costs are offset by revenue from the Water Quality Protection Fund transfer.
So that was my question. So these are not actually park fund, correct?
So the expenditure resides in the park fund, but we receive revenue that basically offsets that. So it ends up being a net zero impact to the park fund. Or another way of saying it, since we're getting money from a different fund, there's also no impact on the general fund for the county, no impact on the park fund.
So why are we including it in here?
Because we have to have the expenditure appropriation in the park fund.
Oh,
So
okay.
the appropriation for the expenditure is in the park fund, but then we get revenue that's comparable to that amount, and it nets out to zero.
Okay, but
For
it adds the park fund by $151,000.
Correct.
Correct.
And then we're hoping that we will get a comparable revenue increase of the $151K. Now we're going to move on to our request for program enhancements. Over the past several months, our department has worked to identify the deficiencies in our work program and to also look at emerging trends to determine our budgetary needs. We did receive numerous requests from our divisions, and once again, through the review and the discussion, our senior management prioritized our needs. For each presentation, we have grouped our requests into the following categories, and the categories are park activation, improving customer service, data analytics, enhancing public safety, promoting social equity, supporting CIP implementation, and then maintaining and improving what we have. The chart on this page summarizes the cost and the associated work years for each of these program enhancement categories. We have asked the division chiefs or their senior staff associated with each of these program enhancement requests to be available today to speak to you so that you can fully understand the importance of each request. And one thing that I did want to point out, and it is noted in the memo, some of these requests are what we refer to as a net zero. In that case, we're either giving up comparable services or seasonal or some other type of funding so that the net cost and the impact on the fund is zero. So of these 15 requests, 6 of the requested positions will basically be offset by some other savings in the budget. So obviously that's generally seen as favorable by both the planning board and then by the council when we can move money around. And even though we're adding a position, we're offsetting it with savings elsewhere. And so
Those savings are in the base budget, so it happens every year after year?
Correct. We would be
Okay.
removing that from the base budget.
It's not a one-time thing?
It is not a one-time thing. So it would
Okay.
either be moving from a contractor and then, the contractor line would show a negative amount, or moving from seasonal and we would reduce the seasonal. In fact, you can see the impact on this slide where the number of seasonal work years goes down overall. And at this point, I will turn it over for the next slide to Holly Thomas.
Okay, good early afternoon, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Pedoweem, and members of the board. My name is Holly Thomas. I'm Acting Division Chief for the Horticulture, Forestry, and Environmental Education Division. And I'm here to request your support for a program enhancement for the Park Activation Program. The Parks Activation Team is responsible for planning and implementing local, regional, and signature special events for the department. In 2023, the team planned 70 events in parks with the support of many other parks divisions. Examples of the events that we put on in parks are the Parks Playhouse Series, Parks Playhouse Junior, Salsa in the Park, Acoustics and Ales, the Ale Trail Program, the Parks Roller Disco, Sunday Serenade, and Holiday Barquette. The popular Parks Playhouse Junior series consisted of 17 performing arts and musical performances. We had over 2,300 people attend a Parks Playhouse Junior event this season, and many of those events were hosted in equity focus area parks such as Flower Avenue Urban Park, Germantown Town Center Park, Fairland Recreational Park, and Ellsworth Urban Park. Also popular, the Acoustic and Ales program that we held this summer drew about 500 people to our parks, 500 to Flower Avenue Urban Park, and about 800 to North Four Corners Park. To enhance the activation program, I am requesting your support today for the addition of 1 park maintenance worker and funding for a signature event or festival. Now, the maintenance worker will reduce our need to request overtime from other divisions in the parks for support of our programs and events. The position will direct equipment operations like staging, tenting, and any electrical equipment needs. They will also set up, break down, load, unload equipment, and then transport trucks and trailers to our events. This enhancement also includes funding for creation and implementation of a signature event or festival. And our thoughts on this, it'll be a community festival that'll happen on an annual basis, possibly highlighting parkways and trails. It'll include local food and possibly music and different community associations to build it out. The activation team has continued to build a strong and robust event calendar that brings the public into park spaces and builds community. So I appreciate your time and listening to my request, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
I have a comment. Placemaking and the park activation, I think, are really important to the implementation of our programs and getting the community connected. And the park activations that you all do are outstanding. And looking at the amount of money you're asking for and the success of those programs, over 70 events, is exceptional management of your finances. And it looks like each event is only about $2,348 for each event. And so I'm really supportive of this initiative because I think park activation lets people know the parks are here, they're for your use and enjoyment, and please come and participate and use them. So it's exciting. And I'm surprised you do it for so little money.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartley. Yeah, we have a small but mighty team, absolutely. And we have the support of the other divisions that are represented in the room, so we appreciate that too.
And I might just add a little clarification. The additional funding that we're asking is basically to add a signature event. So they already do have some funding in their budget for, obviously, the events that we're already doing, and we've been gradually increasing it each year. But they have, to your point, they do an exceptional amount and a lot of phenomenal events with very little money. And that core team does a great job. And actually, I'm just looking at this picture. I'm not in this picture, but if you looked a little bit higher up, I'm actually at the event at that concert. And I've attended some of the events, and they've been phenomenal events. They do a great job, and they're free in most cases. So it's a great opportunity to go listen to a band or a comedy show or some other type of event and not have to pay. And if you get lucky enough to have a beautiful night, which some of these were, it's an awesome way to get out and do things.
So could you give some examples of signature events? This is a new board that we know what you're talking about.
So it would be like a more community festival type atmosphere where we would have this event at the same time every year, and we'd bring the community together, bring music, local food and drink vendors together, and then Our intention is to possibly highlight the parkways or trails, so have it on like Sligo Creek Parkway as an open parkway event.
Basically, you're talking about a large event that it could be different every year or something that you want to create a branding for the Parks Department. You want to create a branding for the Parks Department?
Yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Great,
and
thank you. And
All
I'd
your
like-
hard work, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Vincent Hugh, the Division Chief for ITI Division.
Good afternoon. For the record, Vince Hugh, the Division Chief ITI. This slide is pretty simple. It's one of the net zero costs that Nancy mentioned earlier. As you might know, our help desk has been outsourced for the past 14 plus years. We're asking for a career position to be created for next fiscal year to be in-house, to provide better service for all of us. This will be a zero cost, actually a cost savings to all of us. Any questions?
How could it, you're going to get a new staff, but you're going to probably replace the work of the consultant? Is
Yes.
that a zero cost?
It is zero cost. Right now, to be clear, we're paying about $238,000 a year for a single person on a help desk phone to answer help desk.
Thank
And
you. I
we're
just wanted to make sure that our board knows exactly what you're talking about.
And how much of a savings will it be?
This will be approximately $90,000 a year. This includes a resource and also software to track calls too.
Great, thank you so much.
Very simple.
Yeah. Any other? Okay. We're good, thank you.
Zero, we are very good.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Harris, good to see you. I'm Sean Emerson. I'm the Public Information and Customer Service Manager here at Montgomery Parks. I am requesting an Assistant Manager position today. My section, we handle all customer service inquiries to the Parks Department from the general public. We handle several hundred cases per week between phone calls and email cases. And aside from myself, I only have one other full-time employee. We are supported by CESLs. They do great work, but I only have one full-time position currently to handle that caseload, and it is a unionized position, so it doesn't have some of the flexibility that I think would benefit my shop right now. In my current role as well, I'm also our MPIA coordinator for Montgomery Parks. That's our Maryland Public Information Act. Anytime someone makes an MPIA request to the commission, if it goes to Montgomery Parks, I coordinate that response. I get to email all my colleagues and ask them to send me whatever the requester is asking for. I handle probably several dozen of those per year, sometimes over 100, depends on what comes in. It takes up a good amount of my time. So when I'm doing those sort of things, I'm not on phones. I also support leadership and our division chiefs. I often write letters on their behalf, correspondence with elected officials' offices, things that require a bit more closer attention. I am often involved in responding to those. Those also take me off the phones, and it leaves it to my one full-time employee. So the assistant manager position would kind of give three main benefits. It would help with our current workload significantly. Just take a lot of pressure off me, my full-timer, and my seasonals. It would also give us the ability to expand our hours, which is something I've wanted to do for a while, but we just can't right now. People use our parks in the evenings and on the weekends. We're open 8 to 5. So someone's called at 7 p.m., we're not available, or 11, noon on a Saturday, we're not there because we just can't staff it right now. So this position would help us expand the hours, which would be a real benefit to the park users. And the third benefit is just more time for training and familiarization. We're expected to be pretty omnipotent in what we do. You'd be surprised at some of the questions we get. Sometimes they're really out there. A lot of times it's straightforward. We're expected to know a lot, and that takes significant training. We have at least 420 parks in the system. I've been to maybe 100, and I grew up here, so if someone, doesn't have that familiarization, it takes a lot to learn. So having this position would just free up more time for us to get out into the system, meet people at the management areas we work with all the time, meet other divisions, go to places like Green Farm. All that would help us do our jobs a lot better. We interface with all 10 divisions every day. Knowing who to talk to, who's the right person, has there been exchange in someone's position, that all helps us answer questions more quickly. But building those relationships, growing that knowledge, that takes time. And right now, if you're handling 97 calls a day, many back-to-back, you just don't have time to figure out, who's the new, deputy chief at FM or something like that. So those are 3 main benefits. I'd be really grateful for your support for the position, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Any question, commissioners? No, I think, as the park system grows, I know that there are more people that participate in it, and there are lots of calls. So yes, it's important to get back to customers in a timely manner. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
If not, nothing else, thank you so much, okay?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Pedoweem, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Shuchi Vera, and I'm the Chief of the Management Services Division. I'm here before you today to ask for your support for a new position. It's a data analyst position. And before I go into some details around that, you may recall about 2 weeks ago, we had our data analytics manager here to present on what that section does and the value that they bring to the department. And that was Hassan Sims. He's our data analytics manager, and he's actually in the back, along with another team member, Tiffany Wu, who's part of our GIS team. So with that context, we do have, as I mentioned at that presentation, we have only one data analyst. We are trying to really grow our data services for our department. We have, as of, I guess, yesterday, October 18th, we had 65 data requests pending in our pipeline, either in progress or just untouched. And that was all, a big portion of those requests go to our one data analyst. And these requests can take from a few days to months. So you can just imagine we really have a huge backlog, and we think we would benefit from another data analyst position. We're also asking for $100,000 for consultancy services for a data engineer and a data scientist. So for the data engineer, that position in the way of services will increase accessibility to data to our staff. So that very busy graphic that you see on the right side, we have a lot of systems. So on the left there, you see all the systems. These are actually not all encompassing. We have a lot more than this. And what this graphic shows is that different people have access to these different systems. So a lot of our staff don't have access to these systems. And what the data engineer could help us do is provide access in the way of Excel spreadsheets, where people are much more comfortable navigating through them. Power BI just basically means dashboards. So again, data visualization, which we talked about a couple weeks ago, and also maps and GIS. For the data scientist services, we are working, we've been working for quite a while to get a better handle on how many people visit our parks. This is a bigger challenge than I think we think it is, or we initially thought it was, because there's no borders. It's very porous, our parks, unless it's a facility. It's very hard to figure out how many people come to our parks. So we really need, and what we're doing most recently is looking into big data. And essentially what that means is cell phone pings. And we need someone to validate that. So we want to hire a consultant that can help us ground truth some of that data so we could actually make it usable to help us make some good business decisions. The other thing that this initiative will do is to, again, with the increased access to data to all our staff, they'll be able to answer questions such as, how do we better invest our maintenance dollars? So for example, we have maintenance standards across the board, right, for all of our parks. But if we have visitation data, if we have permit data, and one person can pull that and then align it with how much we are spending on maintenance, maybe we spend a little bit, maybe we actually start thinking about shifting our maintenance dollars to those parks that are most visited, or ball fields that are most permitted. So we can move on to the next slide.
May I ask a question here?
Yes.
You have two positions there, correct? Because I saw that you had, under data analyst, you had two positions.
So for the last slide, my first ask is
Yeah.
one position for data analyst, and the data engineering and the data science services are consultants.
Consultants,
They would be
but,
contracts.
but it's going to be in the base budget.
It would be if it's.
So every
if
year
it's-
that would be available. Is it better to have a consultant than?
So, yeah, that's a really good question. So we toyed around with we could ask for 3 positions, right? And what we think is, at this point, where we are in our, what I call our data journey, is we're still sort of in the infancy of some of the stuff that we're looking at, automation and things like that. And we feel like we'd be putting the cart before the horse if we asked for career positions now when we might not have a ton of work available. So we'd rather start off with contracts, and we're thinking in the future that we might come back and ask for positions as we grow our data
Are they
capacity and
really
capability.
different, very different, two different background?
Yes, yes. So data engineering, they're the ones that can pull information from different systems and help us visualize the data better. They're like the coders in the back. The data analysts are more the people in the front that are helping to analyze that data. And then the data scientist is the one that, if you go back to the slide before I lost my. So the data scientist is really one that's going to be going into your data and making sure it's validated. So we have so much data, and we've had so much data for so long, but a lot of times, we're not always sure what kind of accuracy level we're talking about with that data. So that person's going to help us do that. Okay, so my second ask is another position, and this is a GIS specialist. We only have 2 GIS specialists right on staff that dedicate 100% of their time to supporting GIS functions for the department. We are close. We are nearing the end of developing our next GIS strategic plan, and it's got 115 action items. And as you can imagine, that's a lot. In a way, it seems overwhelming, but we're happy that the department and the staff really understand the value that GIS brings to their work programs. So we need someone else to help implement these in a timely manner. We also need this person to help us support and deliver the staff who are implementing PROS, our plans around sustainability and equity. A lot of the plans and these concepts require data and geocoding those data points. So that is our need for that position. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions, comments from the commissioners? No? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Darren Fluchet, Division Chief for Park Planning and Stewardship. Following up on Shuchi's item about data analysis, this is a related topic. As you all know, we recently completed and approved the PROS plan, the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Plan, which is the policy document that kind of guides the priorities of the Parks Department. And one of the things that's really important to us is that plan doesn't just sit on a shelf, a digital shelf collecting dust, but we are working over the next 5 years until the next plan is written to implement it actively. And one of the things that we understand from the plan is in those dozens of recommendations that the plan contains, it actually raises more questions than it answers in some cases. So what does it mean when the plan says we need to serve seniors in the county, serve teenagers? That the conditions of parks was a major highlight that survey respondents identified. What do residents mean by please improve the condition of your parks? What does it mean to improve the feeling of safety in our parks? And how do we go about doing that? So we've got a lot of questions that we still want to answer. So what we're asking for is $100,000 annually, part of the base budget, to fund ongoing research to dive deeper into some of those key questions, using specialized consultants and services that have skills that we don't have on staff. I would love to have a team as varied and diverse to answer all the questions that we have, but we think that this modest ask of $100,000 will give us a big bang for the buck to be able to, year over year, ask different questions with different tools. So one year it might be a follow-up randomized scientific survey of residents about their park activities. Another year it might be focusing on in-depth conversations with residents and facilitating focus groups. Another year it might be in-depth market research to understand the trends, recreational and social trends in the county. And so this ask will allow us to remain flexible and continue to be a learning agency and get smarter as we proceed. And I think really lay the groundwork for subsequent PROS plans. We'll hit the ground running there by never stopping learning and asking these questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think Chief McSwain is next.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Harris and all the other commissioners. Pleasure to be before you. For the record, I'm Darrell McSwain, the Park Police Chief here in Montgomery County. So pleasure. I'm not going to be before you long. I am seeking an assistant barn manager. We already have one, but we are seeking a second, and I'll explain why. And in doing so, we're looking to actually eliminate one of our seasonals. As you might imagine, seasonals are very hard to maintain due to relatively lower salaries and, of course, not full-time work, and also, of course, less benefits. And we believe it will help certainly offset some of the costs. Currently, we have one manager that oversees our entire herd of 14 horses. When it comes to police agencies, we have the largest herd on the entire East Coast, to give you a sense of how large our herd is. The demand for our herd by the community and others far exceeds what we can actually meet every single year. That's a good thing. Certainly when it comes to community engagement, but just importantly, crime prevention. When they're out on the trails, visible, obviously to prevent crime itself. We have one manager, one assistant currently, and again, the two seasonals. The challenge is with only two full-time members, and many times we find ourselves without a seasonal at all, so it's just two and or just one person available. They still have to attend to the horses and their care literally 24/7, 365. So it doesn't matter if it's Christmas Day, it doesn't matter if it's Mother's Day, it doesn't matter if it's 12 inches or 14 inches of snow outside. Somebody has to be there to handle, as you can see, the number of different duties and responsibilities for the herd itself. Also, we're in great demand, as you might imagine, in the Washington metropolitan region by other agencies because of the unique benefit that horses can provide. Not only are we regularly in parades, but also, of course, work the county fair. We're asked for various ceremonies literally throughout the entire DMV, but also in times of emergency, we're asked to assist with crowd control. So whether it's a riot such as in Baltimore City where we were deployed, or University of Maryland years ago, but also in every inauguration and also a couple other issues that may occur in Washington, D.C., we're regularly requested to attend and to assist. The reason being, for every horse on average, it's about 10 ground officers, the equivalent thereof. So we obviously other agencies find them to be extremely helpful, but again, also they are very, very well received and respected by the community itself. So as you can see all the different duties, I would just simply talk about the return on investment, and certainly happy to answer any questions for you. We, in addition to obviously assisting with the officers in their training, et cetera, they also have to be there to assist as well for those caring for the animals, such as farriers and others as well, which means holding the horses and other specialty skills to keep the horses stable. It is a very dangerous job. They're at least 16 hands high, and each horse weighs on average about 1,700 pounds. So we generally want at least 2 well-trained members to be there present at all the times for those exact reasons and many, many others. So ultimately, it will help with the safer work environment. It will enhance the health and well-being, of course, of the horses in general. Helps with our police training regularly to keep them up and running, but also with the training that we do for both divisions, if officers should be interested. Increased patrols in community, expansion also of some of our equity outreach programs. We have regularly assisted with autism type of outreach events, if you will. We also host those who will come to our facility at Saddlebrook, but also we're expanding to the Black Hill site as well, almost like a therapy horse type of program. And we want to continue to do that as well. And of course, we do outreach in various communities throughout the entire county itself. And then, of course, we always have to be in a state of readiness for emergency preparedness, and this position will help to increase that exponentially for our entire group. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question.
Yes.
I understand the need for this barn manager, and I think it would be a benefit to your staff and your team and the officers, but was wondering if the position shouldn't pay more to ensure their longevity and commitment to the position.
I really appreciate you asking that question. One of the parallel things that we're trying to do in steps, because we understand requesting positions is a process. Our barn manager, in our personal opinion, is underpaid, very much so. And we're grateful that she has been with us now for about 20 years. But if she leaves tomorrow, we're in a very precarious place, if you will. But because of the class and compensation process, her position needs at least 2 full-time positions under her to be considered a supervisor. So we are hoping that obviously if this position is approved, allow us to do just that for her, and hopefully as class and comp continues to look at these positions, perhaps upgrade them.
Does this 49 includes benefit? I see the salaries, but are the benefits included in that, or the benefit would be added
Let me just clarify. They have funding currently for a seasonal. If they were to get this position, they're giving up some of that seasonal funding. So really, this number is 49 grand plus another 24. So the career position would be a higher number, but because they're saying, well, if I manage to get this career position, I can eliminate that. So they're giving some savings back. So this is that net number of that.
That includes the benefit?
Correct.
So everything that we see in here includes the benefit?
Yes, it includes benefits.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, if I may, one thing, I don't know much about budgets at all, but I do know that horses are immune to tear gas, which is something I learned from our officers many years ago. And as Chief McSwain explained, which is why they're so good for crowd control in certain instances.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you for letting us know. Yeah.
And the other thing that I didn't know, I learned, if you look at a mounted officer, is equally effective as 10 ground officers. I learned that today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are they all housed at the same place? Chief McSwain, do they all?
Currently, yes, the ones that are actually functional now, we have, using Black Hill also for some of our retired horses.
Okay.
Some are donated to community members who can actually take them in, but others are actually being retired, if you will, to our Black Hill location. And they'll be basically doing full-time work with the therapy program there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, for the record, Holly Thomas, Acting Division Chief of Horticulture, Forestry, and Environmental Education Division. And I'm back to request the creation of programming for Montgomery County senior community by adding a principal park naturalist, seasonal funding, and some service funding for trips. And as some of the programs will be fee-based, we will offset the cost of this program enhancement by a $41,000 revenue increase that we expect. So with the expected growth of the 55-plus age group in Montgomery County, a more coordinated and intentional level of effort is warranted, and the nature centers are really up to that task. By 2023, the 55-plus community will account for about 23% of the county's residents. Darren mentioned the PROS plan. In the PROS plan, it states that residents over 65 were the only age group to get larger as a share of the county's total population between 2010 and 2019. And the proportion of elderly residents is projected to continue to grow over the next 20 years. So parks and recreation facilities and programs really need to adapt to effectively serve these residents. So nature centers currently collaborate with the Parks Program Access Program to lead 55-plus nature and outdoor programs. And Program Access has identified staff-led hikes as one of their top requests already. The photo on the slide on the left is a picture of our Summer Shady Hikes program that we had over the past summer. So with your support, the 55-plus programs will focus on being proactive and anticipating the needs of this community, building community and social connections, physical and mental health wellness through outdoor nature and recreation, and then providing access to parks and natural areas for this age group. And in addition, we also expect to expand opportunities for seniors to engage in meaningful volunteer work at the nature centers. The 55-plus community already does make up a large portion of our volunteers. They are some of the most engaged and knowledgeable volunteers that we have. And pictured on the right side of the slide is Eddie Rivas. He's a master naturalist volunteer, and he's leading a turtle talkers program in Spanish at Brookside Nature Center. And then finally, with this program enhancement, we expect to expand our capacity to partner with senior-focused organizations in the county, such as the Village to Village Network and Washington Metro Oasis. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
No questions. You're good? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, great, thanks. And now I'll turn it over to Melissa Chapner.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Chotner. I'm the Public Relations and Community Engagement Manager for Montgomery Parks. I'm here today to kindly request a full-time position for a bilingual public outreach specialist. I oversee the PR and outreach section for the Parks Department. We handle media relations and public engagement for the entire department. You might be wondering, how many people do we have doing that? Probably a lot, right? Like, you'd think there's a lot of public outreach for the Parks Department. There's only one full-time person doing that, Michelle Ramirez. And she does all the public engagement for all the projects, dozens of projects, everything from park refreshers new parks, construction on our parkways, our deer management program, new playgrounds. I mean, you can imagine the list goes on. It's too much for one person. And outreach and engagement is such a critical component for the Parks Department. And it's changed drastically over the years. We used to do maybe one community meeting, maybe a survey, check the box, call it done. That's not okay anymore. We now put equitable engagement at the center of our efforts, defining the audience and reaching out to them multiple times in multiple ways so that we can foster relationships and we can gain the trust of people in the community so that they feel like their voices are heard. Equitable engagement puts us out in the community. We're at community meetings, we're at events, we're canvassing in the neighborhoods. It's a lot of evening work, weekend work. And we're doing this type of engagement for many, many projects. And that's not to mention some of the smaller projects that also require outreach. So I hope you'll agree with me that it's really important that we add another outreach specialist to our team and approve this request. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for providing this presentation. Any comments, questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jordan Gray. I am the Marketing and Public Affairs Manager for Montgomery Parks, and in supporting Melissa's request as well, my request is for a graphic designer position. We currently only have one graphic design position with Montgomery Parks, and that person is providing support for all of these events and programs and public outreach that we've talked about today, whether it's the 70 activation events that were talked about earlier. You saw the Active Montgomery logo that was created recently, park police events and outreach, and the senior programming, for instance. All of those things come through our one graphic designer currently. And as you can see on the slide, there's been a 23% increase in graphics requested and created just from last year to 2023, year over year so far. And that person is creating an average of 77 graphics per month, plus ad hoc requests that are created pretty much on a last-minute basis, as you can imagine. Our graphic designer has assisted in transforming complex information into visually engaging and informative designs. Their work gets attention and prompts calls to action, whether it's coming to community meetings, whether it's learning about programs and events, or even during the COVID crisis as well. We had some great infographics, but also signage that was placed at our parks. With an additional graphic designer, we can allocate more time to create creative and out-of-box approaches to outreach and graphics. The skate park initiative might come to mind as well. Creating new and unique graphics that serve our diverse community that's beyond generations and demographics. With an additional graphic designer, those different designs can resonate with the different segments of our population. I mentioned it briefly already. Since I joined Montgomery Parks, we have had an increase in the amount of programming that we already offer. There's a new nature center that's come online. There's been Nature on Wheels, the activation team, trails programs, you name it. We've only had the one graphic designer throughout that time, and we've yet increased the amount of programming that we're offering, the amount of outreach that we're doing. So in conclusion, I believe the creation of this graphic design position within the Marketing and Public Affairs team will help address the current challenges and meet the growing demand for creative content to effectively engage our diverse community. That expansion will empower us to continue to deliver impactful and relative outreach initiatives while maintaining consistent design standards and enhancing the overall quality of our communications. I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Questions? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Andy Frank. I head up the Park Development Division, and I'm here to ask you for several positions. We distinguish them, the first of which is the more challenging one because it's not able to be funded through the CIP. But this position is very important to implementing the CIP. As you've been aware, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this afternoon, we've actually been very successful over the last several years in gaining funds for projects outside of the typical CIP process through grants, bond bill initiatives, and other programs. And it's been wonderful, except it's very hard to do, and it's very stressful for our staff. We really, at this point, we really have to cobble together folks to respond whenever we get an acknowledgement that there's a grant opportunity. We're getting ready to cobble together our internal team to gear up for the bond bill season that's coming up. But unfortunately, we don't have a dedicated person there that can help. And while getting the grants and getting the grant awards, they're wonderful emails, there's a ton of work that goes in, not only in applying for them, but administering them. Each grant provider has different requirements, both for tracking, outreach. Some have NEPA requirements if it's federal, and it also has unique procurement requirements. So we are really hoping to get somebody who we can add to our administrative team, who can help us implement and go out there and get more grants to help do better projects, more and better projects throughout the park system. So that's our first request.
So, Andy?
Yes.
Are you going to keep track to see if this person is going to make his or her salary soon?
Well, I think they will. I mean, we are, I mean, right now, we're unbelievably, and it's not going to continue forever. We're unbelievably getting upwards of $15 million a year for grants. So that their time would be well invested. The return on investment for the commission is good.
Hopefully you
right
get
now.
more to come.
Yeah, and right now, we are pulling people away from implementing the CIP in order to do this, because we can't let the opportunity to go, or we just won't have that money, but it has slowed us down for implementation. And any other questions? Okay. The next one is maybe a little bit easier, because it has the zero up at the top. These are 3 project manager positions that would go further in implementing the CIP, and we would be able to fund those through the CIP. The first one being a hard surface trails construction manager, also a hard surface trails project manager. Of course, we've been talking about in the CIP how important the trails program is to everybody, and we've been very successful in the last couple of years getting grant money, and we need to get out and build those. Trails tend to be a little bit challenging to build, especially in the down county area. You have a lot of construction management that has to occur because nobody wants to acknowledge a closed trail. So we have to be very careful. We have to put a lot of attention there. And also, trails are often, in order to be productive and resourceful, we do a lot of in-field engineering for the trails because they exist. They go through wooded areas, very difficult to do those in an office. So we do need the support, and we think that this will return on the investment of getting more trails in better condition. The third position is architectural project manager, and this is specifically to focus on building renovations. Over the last several years, we've done a lot of work trying to understand what we own, and part of that is in buildings, and we own over 600 buildings, and none of them are getting younger. And so we've had a lot of success working with the facilities management division, working in one-on-one to help get the best use of their trades folks and their folks who can do things, their contracting experience, their ability to work in back of the house areas like maintenance yards, and having an architect who can work with them directly to be there to provide those resources. I think it's going to enhance our efficiency. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
So are you going to increase the level of effort CIP project because you're going to charge them to CIP? So hopefully you increase it that it doesn't cut in your actual product of the hard surface.
Yes,
Or
yes, you'll see
renovation.
this afternoon, and the proposed CIP doesn't include increases on the.
On those level
efforts.
of effort.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I know that in grants, do you have a sense of how many grants you guys are monitoring or right now?
Actively, we likely have approximately 24 existing grants that are in place. We'll hear this afternoon about 2 that we've recently received. And that includes bond bills,
Right.
LPPI, federal grants.
Right.
And then typically it's cyclical, so we have the opportunity to, we typically apply for between a half dozen and a dozen through the state each year, at least 2 through the Congressional Project Fund. And then we are hearing all through the Inflation Reduction Act, and that we get notifications all the time. So I would expect it to continue on, that at least 10 a year, I would imagine.
Yeah,
But
great,
we'd
great.
be
So I know how important it is to.
Seeking,
Yeah,
not
to-
getting
yeah,
necessarily.
To have someone that can write grants and also to process and follow up on it, how important it is.
Those
to-
relationships,
Yeah.
making sure we're meeting deadlines, making sure we're
The
giving them what they
department
want.
used to have one, if you remember. Parks Department used to have one, and I don't know why we didn't replace it, but this is extremely time-consuming
It
to do
is.
Right.
those paperwork.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you for presenting. If there's no other comments, thank you for presenting. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Little, Division Chief for Northern Parks Division. I come to you, before you today to ask to add 2 additional foam stream units to Northern Parks. Just to give you a little context, the Northern Parks operates over 6 management areas. We maintain 187 parks. Over 7,000 of those acres are developed. We take care and maintain 139 athletic fields, 116 playgrounds, and over 400 stormwater management facilities. In 2015, the Department of Parks was tasked with pesticide reductions through Montgomery County Code 33B. So we come before you today. This has become our method of choice for alternatives to pesticide and continue our pesticide reduction efforts through the department. And this has become our method of choice. This is much safer as it uses plant oils and sugars. And if we go to a manual process, it would be something that we have to repetitively do, as you see in this picture here. There are flagstones here. This would require 2 treatments for the foam stream, but if we were maintaining this area and we had to perform this manually through string trimming, it would require, on a weekly basis that staff are out there maintaining it. So it is a little time-consuming to, perform this task, and some of the more tenacious weeds take 2 applications. But then we have an extended period where it kills the plant, the root, and the seeds. So we come before you today to ask that you support this initiative for the 2 additional foam stream units.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Great. I'm glad you're reducing pesticides. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Trish Swan, Division Chief from Southern Parks.
Good afternoon, Trish Swan, Southern Parks Division Chief. Before you with 2 requests, following up on what Mike Little just said, we're also in need of some weed eradication. He has the staff and equipment. We also need 2 maintenance workers for weed eradication. We have the equipment, but we're requesting to convert seasonal dollars for these positions, so this should be a 0 budget impact. The goal is to be more efficient with weed removal. The manufacturer's recommendation is that we do 3 passes. We are currently staffed for 1 pass. And so adding 2 more staff members to our complement will help us achieve that manufacturer recommendation. We'd like to be more effective on surfaces like asphalt and concrete, and using the foam stream effectively on our playgrounds slows down the decomposition of our engineered wood fiber, resulting in long-term savings because we won't have to do dig-outs or add wood fiber before we need to. That's the first request. Should I pause for questions here or just keep on going? I'll keep on
So
going.
this request
Yes.
just add 2 additional staff to the complement for
Yes,
the
we want to convert
South
seasonal
Third
money
Division.
to
Okay.
get staff, so 0 impact to the budget.
Yeah, they're having a challenge getting seasonal staff and retaining them, and just same things you hear earlier is that, you know, when you get a good seasonal
Yeah.
person, they don't tend to stick. So they have decided that it would be more efficient long-term to have career staff. So they're sacrificing seasonal money to cover the cost of converting to career staff. So that's the net zero impact.
Great.
So I'm moving on to leasing mowers. Large volume mowers allow us to do more with less. They have a wider deck width, and one mower does the job of 3 Z-turn 60 deck width mowers, utilizing 1 staff person. We have 15 large volume mowers in our complement. 12 of them are past their life expectancy. The life expectancy is 7 years. They're expensive to repair, and purchasing new equipment is costly. Delivery can take up to 18 months. We'd like to do a pilot leasing these mowers, which will reduce costs for maintenance and repairs and eliminate the need to purchase. The leasing contract we'd like to fund puts the responsibility of maintenance and repairs on the vendor and not on us, and allows us to switch out a non-functioning mower same day for something that works, eliminating downtime. If we are approved to fund this in the park fund, there will be savings in ISF, because then our division will not be asking to fund these mowers out of ISF, if approved. Any questions?
Just curious, how that saving in ISF would be reflected in park fund? You could use that probably to help you for this. Isn't that going to offset some of these costs, the saving in ISF?
Well, the main part of it is that we would repurpose the money for something else. This is another one of the pieces of equipment that the cost has just skyrocketed. And I'm not even sure what the percentage is. I think it's gone up something like 50% or whatever. So the cost has become really high. And then the last few times we've ordered them, we've waited well over a year, I think closer to a year and a half to get them. So that's part of the reason that we have that problem where she mentioned that the mowers are getting to be older. It's not that we aren't trying to replace them, but the cost is going up, so we're getting less bang for the buck, and then we're having to wait for them to come in. So they're trying to go to an alternative to see if it will help. Now, in terms of freeing up on the money in the ISF, it essentially means we could repurpose the money. So the money that we're saving on buying one of these, we could then take that money and replace another vehicle or another mower or some other piece of equipment that's getting to be past its useful life.
Yeah, I understand, but if they cut on budget, this is a great idea, and she needs to do that. So maybe instead of repurposing that money to something else, if it could be deducted from that, then she still would be able to get the leasing. I think it just, instead of 163, it may be 100 or something like that. Just something to, I'm not saying to do that, just something to think about to help you in case that the budget was cut, because you need to mow. So.
Any other questions? You want to say something? No, I was saying any other questions?
No further questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, that wraps up the program enhancements. So to summarize, our total cost increase of major known commitments in the program enhancements being proposed is a 3.9% increase of $4,921,107. As a reminder, this total for our department does not include the cost of the compensation marker for the merit and the COLA. Now, when you add in that cost, being full disclosure, when you add in that cost, it does bring our total cost request to just under $9.6 million. We will be returning in November for the final budget session, and that's when we will ask for approval, final approval of this funding level for the park fund, and we will also cover the other additional funds that fall under our department in terms of operations. And this does conclude the presentation. I did want to add one item of note based on some of your earlier questions. One of the questions was, how much was our request for last year? And I do happen to have that answer because we were doing that comparison and obviously trying to determine how much to ask for. So in FY '24, our proposed budget was excluding OPEB, and that's making it a comparable comparison to what you're seeing on our summary. Our budget request was 8.5%. So we are lower than the request from last year, and that number does include the COLA and merit marker that we have in there. So we are at a lower percentage. We were very successful last year in getting the county executive, obviously, as Mike said, traditionally slashes some of our requests. We were very successful in getting certain things restored. We had the capacity because we had some savings to take some of the things out of our budget or to prepay some items. So last year's, the FY '24 adopted budget was a 6% increase. So if you wanted to have that as a frame of reference.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Just happen to have those.
Perfect.
Happened to look at it because we were obviously trying to figure out, is this a reasonable request? And the answer is we think it is under the circumstances.
Yeah, so I have no other question. That's it.
Any other questions?
No,
If
thank
not,
you for the very detailed and thoughtful presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to go to item number 8, closed session. Number 9 will defer till later in the day. So in number 8, closed session, according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision, Article 3-305B3, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related to the acquisition. The topic to be discussed is the White Flint Civic Green LP. Do I have a motion to go to
Move that we go
closed
in-
session?
Yeah, move that we go into closed session.
And I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And after that, we will have lunch, and we'll be back around 1 o'clock, 1:10.
1 o'clock?
I'm not sorry, 1 o'clock? What time? Okay, so, oh, yeah, so, okay, 1:30. Thank you.
Are we going to eat?
Good afternoon. We're on item number 5, CAIP adoption session for the Parks Department, where staff is recommending recommended fiscal year 2025-2030 capital improvement program, CIP, and transmit to the county executive and the county council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. Again, my name is Ronald Peel. I'm the Capital Program Manager for Montgomery Parks, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to present on the proposed FY 25 through 30 CIP for Montgomery Parks. So what I'd like to do today is, after a quick update on the SAG process, I really wanted to spend my time focusing on primarily two objectives, really to kind of highlight adjustments since we had the last work session with the Planning Board, and then also to just kind of present the proposed CIP that's before us today. The SAG process, as we had mentioned previously, the Council Committee has approved maintaining the SAG guidelines that was previously adopted, $280 million for GO bonds countywide, and then $8 million for park bonds. The adjustments we'd like to highlight today really involve a number of appropriation adjustment requests concerning several funds that are really non-county revenue sources, such as contributions and the ALOF, or Advanced Land Acquisition Revolving Fund, and the Enterprise Fund, and a couple of federal grants. But here you see the first is the appropriation asking for additional appropriation for the Bethesda Park Impact Payment. And the second bullet here is to create a new park impact payment for the Silver Spring, downtown Silver Spring. The ALOF, as was previously mentioned, for the debt service fund, we're asking for appropriation for that fund based on need. And the appropriation that we're requesting for the park refreshers involves two recently received or awarded, I should say, federal grants for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And I'm going to skip down to the last bullet there, which talks about the last appropriation request, is the additional appropriation we're asking for the enterprise projects. The other adjustments primarily involved, one of which is shifting funds from one PDF to the other. That would be Legacy Open Space to Legacy Urban Space, and a shifting of federal allocation or appropriation amongst those three projects that we talked about relative to the Safe Streets Fall grant, the two trail projects and the hard surface trail projects, as well as the Vision Zero project. And lastly is and I think we had mentioned this before and throughout some of our previous sessions with the board, is the transfer of the Parks Road PDF back to the Park CIP. So a summary of the CIP, the proposed CIP, we think really emphasizes what we had talked about early on when we began this process, which was to really build on our past success and to continue that momentum that we had built up in recent years by continuing to focus on some of the objectives in the PROS plan, particularly as it relates to equity focus, to continue to invest in our parks infrastructure, aging infrastructure, and also to continue investments with related to the climate action plan, continuing our investments in our trail system, which is a really important feature in the parks, one of our important assets in the park system, I should say. Safety improvements, environmental stewardship, and then we have the implementation of the Wheaton Regional Master Plan projects, as well as the creation of one new PDF or one park, for a new park called the Littonsville, in the Littonsville neighborhood, I should say. And lastly, to leverage federal aid through this process. As we previously discussed in the previous sessions with the board, our proposed CIP really is comprised into two sections, or two areas, I should say. One of which is projects that are remaining the same, which are mostly our level of efforts that we're continuing to fund as they are currently constructed in the current CIP, which is this list. And the second list here is those projects that we have targeted for increases in the proposed CIP for this year's CIP. So there are a number of actions and steps that will happen after today's session with the board. We will prepare for the November 1 transmittal to the county executive and the county council. And then the county executive will release the administration's proposed or recommended CIP January the 15th. And then council will then have a series of actions to get to the adoption date of sometime in May. But there will be council public hearings, there will be work sessions, and then there's the final reconciliation process that happens before it is adopted in May, which will be May of 2024. This is just a couple of pie charts that kind of compares the current CIP to what we're proposing for FY 25 through 30. And with that, staff formally requests that the planning board adopts the proposed FY 25 through 30 capital improvements program. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Peel. Could you just go back this just to remind us, I guess because there was no totals at the bottom of some of those others, what was the last year's, and then what is this year's totals of the CIP amount, just so.
The aggregate total, the sum total
Yes.
of the entire.
Yes.
So last year's program was 296 million.
Mm-hmm.
And the proposed CIP this year is 323 million,
Okay.
which is about a 9 to 10%
Yeah,
increase.
and can you put the graph there that shows the two side by side?
Oh, the pie chart, yeah, sure. Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. The commission have any comments, questions? You went over most of this the last time, but there were some refinements you said you made. And where did, in this chart, I mean, it's just the sources of the amounts stayed about the same. It's just where the sources of the funds, that's where some of the changes you were talking about.
Well, we did adjust appropriation for some of the non-county stuff, like we didn't change any of the GEO bond stuff for the current revenue. We essentially added some appropriation for, like I said, the contribution funds related to park impact payments for Bethesda. And we added a new PDF for the Littonsville, which is a park impact
Right.
payment. And then the ALAR fund.
Okay.
But those were primarily the adjustments in terms of additional appropriation.
I'm just wondering, any reasons that program open space has been decreased to 17%?
Well, we normally, because we really don't know what the actual appropriation is going to be when the session. So we kind of program and estimate at a level in the CIP, I think about 9 million per year. So that reflects straight across the 6-year program, that 54 million is what is projected. But when the actual allocation comes in during the session, then we adjust our numbers accordingly.
But you have some allocations on the FY 23-28 also, the same thing. Yeah.
For the record, Andy Frank, head of the Park Development Division. The difference in the program open space, there's two reasons for it. One, in the FY 23-28, that includes the last year where, as we mentioned, the governor and the General Assembly actually added about $5 million in that 1 year. So we do program out about $9 million. That's the estimate, and we will update it. The other reason why it became a smaller percentage is, so we had a big bump last year that's included in the chart on the left, and this year we're only anticipating the $9 million. That's one of the reasons. The other reasons is the other increases that we got with the federal aid. We've got $9.5 million in federal aid for FY 25, so that wasn't reflected on the other side. And also, as noted in previous, we are asking for increases specifically in other non-POS funds, primarily the GEO bonds to help with the trail program and help implement Wheaton Regional Park. Current revenues are reflected in here for our PWAR program. Those things are growing the overall pie, and POS is staying the same. Yeah.
Look, it's 54 million in FY 25-30 total, not percentage-wise.
Yes.
And the other one is 65 million, so it's
this-
like about
So $5
$11
million,
million.
yeah, about a little over $5 million is the money, the additional
Yeah,
money we
I
got in
understand
FY
that.
20. And this occurred a couple different years during that 23 through 28
Okay.
period.
We
So
had
there's a
high
few of them
numbers.
that are above that $9 million. That's
Okay.
that's what's making the difference. And hopefully when we come back, as we do every spring, as we go through this process, we will come back and we hope to be having additional good news about how the General Assembly program goes with bond bills. Hopefully, we'll be coming back asking for a little more appropriation in that regard. And of course, hopefully that they'll determine a higher POS allocation, which will allow us to request additional appropriation.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments? So do I have approval to approve the CIP budget for 2025, 2028?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
2030, 2020.
Yeah, I move to submit the FY 25-30 proposed CIP to the county executive.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So there's 4 ayes and 1 absent, okay? Okay.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we will take a 2-minute break, and then we'll begin item number 6, the 2023 biennial monitoring report for North Bethesda White Flint Sector Plan area. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, the 2023 Biennial Monitoring Report for North Bethesda White Flint Sector Plan Area, where staff is recommending transmitting the 2023 Biennial Monitoring Report to the County Council and the County Executive. Today we have from Planning Nkosi Yearwood along with Bilal Ali. Welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nkosi Yearwood, for the record, along with me this afternoon is Bilal Ali with our research group, and we will be presenting the 2023 Biennial Monitoring Report. Is a requirement from the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan that calls for the board on a biannual basis to provide the county council as well as the executive sort of a status update on where things are on the implementation of the 2010 sector plan. And that sector plan initiated a variety of changes in terms of how we do sort of comprehensive planning, including the tax district, modification of traffic standards, et cetera. And part of that was the annual monitoring report. So this is the 6th edition that the board and staff has put together and sent to the executive regarding the implementation of the sector plan. So I'll go through in terms of key updates. The last one was done in 2021. So what's been accomplished since then is shown on the upcoming slide. So the Western Workaround, which was a key recommendation from the sector plan, the roadway realignment of Executive Old Georgetown Road and now called Town Road, that was completed in December last year. Several years, MCDOT leading that effort. The executive, along with WMATA, University of Maryland, the creation of the health computing, which should get up and running soon in overall in the Twin Brook area of North Bethesda. There's been a variety of pedestrian and bike enhancements to the sector plan area that's been accomplished over the last couple of years. One that's noticeable is along Rockford Pike, near the intersection of Old Georgetown Road. Some new sidewalks have been installed. The modifications of that intersection will continue next year when the little slip ramps that are at all 4 quadrants of that intersection will be removed. And we've had a variety of bikeways that have been installed either by the county or by the state within the plan area, and we anticipate another one coming online, a protected bikeway along Marinelli next year. So in terms of staging, so this plan area is a stage plan. We have 3 distinct phases to it. The letters that's shown in red, the numbers, that came from the 2018 sector plan that was done for the sort of periphery area to the sort of downtown core of North Bethesda, formerly called White Flint. So we have primarily from a staging perspective, much of the staging requirements or triggers are mobility or transportation oriented. So within phase 1, 4,800 units based on the increase from the 2018 plan, and more non-residential was allowed. So in terms of where we are, the areas are shown in terms of status update, in terms of green, those are things that have been accomplished so far from a staging perspective. We still have a variety of things to get accomplished regarding some of the pedestrian and landscaping recommendations that are within the quarter mile of the metro station, but some of those will be accomplished once for example, the completion of the slip ramps area at 55 and Old Georgetown is completed, as well as the new Marinelli bikeway that should get up and running later this year. So there's been progress regarding a variety of the staging triggers. In terms of new development, the image on the left portion of the screen is sort of the universe of both public and private approvals that the board has granted in terms of obviously private in terms of sketch plans, preliminary plans, site plans, et cetera, and then some of the public approvals, which are mandatory referrals. So you get a sense of the variety of things that have been approved over the years since the 2010 plan approval. In terms of where we are on those staging numbers, this graphic on the left shows what's been allocated. So every new development that's ready to move forward to building permit comes to the board to get a staging allocation request. And this graphic sort of is keeping track of where the both residential and non-residential numbers are. And so we have a significant amount of more staging capacity going regarding both residential as well as non-residential potential in terms of this plan area.
So when you say allocated, it means it's built?
Yes, correct. So you need this either before you start to build, so you come to the board and get a staging allocation request or SAR. So two projects that are shown here, number 4, number 5, they have not yet started construction, but those have been allocated to build starting probably next year. So
Basically, maybe we are 1/3, sort of, out of 1,553 dwelling unit is built, but about 3,200 still is left, and there is no time limit for it.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
The question is it a little bit like Bethesda, the bars or something? When you hit the 3,200, what happens?
Once the staging triggers are accomplished and finished, you move into the next phase. Okay. So once we'll, hopefully in the future, near future, once all the staging triggers are accomplished, we'll come to the board and tell you, well, everything in phase 1 is done. You could make an action in terms of opening the door regarding phase 2. So, and then phase 2, we have more additional triggers regarding different things that should be accomplished as we move forward.
Could you explain what is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? So you're saying that phase 2 is not going to happen until they come to the planning board?
Yeah, so what you see on the screen is the different phases. So
yes.
Everything in phase 1 must be completed before you open the door for the second phase. In terms of those requirements, such as the streetscape improvements, the complete design for Rockville Pike BRT, et cetera. So those are what I'm talking, those things are what I'm talking about.
Okay. Thank you.
So this year's monitoring report, we did something a little bit different. We wanted to really understand what's happening in terms of capital markets as well as the real estate side of what's been built. So we have Bilal Ali here, who's going to give us an overview of both the retail, residential, et cetera, sectors.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. I'm Bilal Ali for the record with the Research and Strategic Projects Division. Just giving a little context, as Mr. Yearwood said, this chart is potentially a little complex, and there is a slight typo in the legend. It's supposed to be maximum affordable sale prices. And so those blue bars are showing what is affordable to households earning an area median income within this range, and this is for 4-person households. And we use some standard assumptions to figure out, based on their income, what they can afford. And the sort of horizontal bars are showing you what the actual median prices are for those unit types. And so right off the bat, you can see that they're expensive. The single-family detached homes in the CDP, because there really aren't any within the plan area itself, and the townhomes have very similar prices. The townhomes are large. There's been some new townhome development within the larger census-designated place of North Bethesda, and they're commanding high prices because it's in a good school district. But it's also building off some sustained development in high income, and it being a historically high income area, as I'll show in some coming slides. But the point is, a lot of the development is based in this context of it being a high income area and already having high sale prices that are translating into higher rents and higher sale prices for the for sale development that's occurring in the market. If we go to the next slide, you can see how the plan has sort of built on growth in the sector plan area since the 1990s. And so it's a continuation of that growth, and it's not necessarily new. And you can see that the sector plan has significantly outpaced other parts of the county and the sort of larger surrounding area as well. So it's certainly been the node of growth within what people might consider North Bethesda generally. Most of the residential development in this plan area is multifamily because it is primarily urban and there's a lot of density there. There's really not a lot of single-family homes, and the asking average rents, again, going back to the slide previously, are higher than the county average at nearly $2,500 on an average asking basis, and certainly the new units are commanding rents closer to $3,000 and above. There is some vacancy, 8.6 is relatively high, but there are a few new deliveries that are still leasing up, particularly on the east side of 355. Thank you. So just looking a little bit at retail, this is a historically an auto-oriented retail market and a significant retail node within the county. It has a massive trade area that draws in residents from Rockville, in Bethesda, but also further, Gaithersburg, Silver Spring. There's a lot of retail here, and that's not going to go away. And so that's reflected in the rents. The average asking rent of $35, consistent with the county average and then some, even in some of the older sort of Class B, Class C type retail spaces because of how much demand there is. So the new development is just a different type of retail. We're getting some mixed-use development that's got sort of more niche retail and restaurants, but even those rents are actually similar to the rest of the market because of how strong of a market this is for retail. And that's going to continue to be supported with more density and multifamily development. Next, please. And just looking at office, because that's obviously a topic of interest, other than for one property or a couple of properties that are Class B that have relatively high vacancy rates, the overall vacancy rate within North Bethesda is actually pretty low. I mean, 15.2 is below the county average, but amongst the Class A, the 6.7 suggests a really strong market. Part of that is driven by the new office development in the Pike and Rose, which added about 25 to 30% of the office market that's there. They command higher rents because they are brand new, and they've also, attracted large companies and headquarters, and so they've leased up, and they have strong market fundamentals. And that's just driven by the fact that it's adjacent to Metro. There's a lot of amenities. It's the type of office that new office development is trying to become, and it's actually going to continue to attract tenants. And so it's certainly a success story from that perspective. That's all I have.
So I'll pick it up, show you what's been happening in terms of some of the roadway improvements. So the Western workaround was around for more than 10 years or so from its initial thinking. There's completion last year. So the image on the left is the original graphic from MCDOT, and it shows the sort of two components of the roadway. Banneker, which is a street that runs sort of east-west by the conference center, and then Grand Park Avenue, which is a new street that sort of connects to Pike and Rose, connecting to Old Georgetown Road. And then Town Road, which is the road on the western portion of Pike and Rose. That did not exist before. It was a cul-de-sac, and now you have complete movement to that intersection. A little bit more details regarding Town Road and that intersection. Number 2 is showing you the protected bikeway and as well as the roadway. And then 1 is just a photograph of the intersection there that's now functioning for both, for all sorts of modes of travel, including bicyclists. So the 2010 plan had a variety of bikeway recommendations, and the bikeway master plans from 2018 sort of enhanced those recommendations. So what we have installed, what's been installed so far recently have been the buffered bike lanes on Old Georgetown Road that the state did. We also have some side paths that part of the Western workaround have been installed. This is right adjacent to Wall Local Park for intuition purposes. And then the third is the separated bike lane that runs on a western portion of Pike and Rose along Town Road. As I noted earlier, we anticipate the future protected bikeway on Marinelli from Nebel to 355. The sector plan from 2010 laid out a variety of public facilities and amenities that's shown on the graphic here. What's coming in the near term is a fire station, which is located here in the northeastern quadrant of 355 and near Chapman Avenue. So that should get going later in '25 and potential construction by 2027. And then a Civic Green, which is another key public park recommendation within the sector plan. The sector plan calls for a 1 to 2 acre minimum public open space within the heart of the core of the plan area. And so far, we've gotten true dedication, about a half an acre of, from the Grand Park development, as shown here in the middle portion of this slide. The green dot is an image of that open space. And Parks Department, they're working to acquire adjacent property that you should be reviewing next week. So in terms of our recommendations, most of them deal with sort of making sure that the phase 1 staging requirements are completed, and that deals with the funding of complete funding for streetscape and bikeway improvements for Marinelli, Nixon Lane. We also want a coordinated approach from MCDOT on Old Georgetown Road between Town Road and Nebel regarding a bikeway improvement. So today, we have a short little bikeway between Grand Park and Town Road that just sort of dead ends. The notion is to have something that's more complete. When the board reviewed a mandatory referral for the improvements at 355 and Old Georgetown Road, this is one of the recommendations that you made, and we just sort of underscoring that. In terms of infrastructure, one of the big ticket items is a second metro entrance. There's been money that's been allocated so far for that, but not enough. So more public funding is needed for that. And then obviously, in terms of Civic Green, additional work from the Parks Department. So our staff recommendation, which you have a copy of the biennial monitoring report, to transmit it to the county executive, the county council, as well as the district council member as well. So that completes our staff presentation. We're here to answer any questions you may have. I should also note that on this call, we should have Tom Lewis, who's with the Development Ombudsman with the county executive, maybe on this call as well. So if you have any specific questions for him or from the county executive, he's here to answer them. So thank you.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
So I'm just curious, is this based, we did this monitoring, does it meet our expectations? Are we happy the way things have moved, or do we want to go faster? What can we do to make it faster? Because I know that, Tom is there. There is a grand vision for White Flint, and I do not know how that is matching with that grand vision that we have for future. Are we on track? I think the reason for this monitoring is that to see if we are on track. Is that correct? Or if these things are working? So what is the answer? Is it?
While you're answering that, can you go back to the 3 staging phases, what's required for each? You put that up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like Bilal and others here comment, but yeah, I would say you're on track. Not because I've been at this for a few years now, but in terms of what the new development that we have seen, the creation of a new district at Pike and Rose is a significant accomplishment coming out from the second plan, sort of setting the framework. The additional property owners that have approvals, some have moved forward, some are coming to fruition. MHB Nebel Street, for example, the continuation of development at the metro station, the amount of infrastructure. The county has spent, at least on the Western Workaround, $75 million on getting that up and running. So that's a significant public investment. So I think in total, once you look at what's happening on the private side, what's happening on the public side, we're advancing towards the implementation of the plan. But yes, there are other big ticket items out there, such as BRT, second metro entrance. But I'll let Tom Lewis here, who's here with us via Teams, to add any additional comments he may have.
Thank you, Nkosi. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll just give a brief overview of some of the work that's going on. I think one of the things that I've been working with very closely is the Institute for Health Computing, as Nkosi mentioned earlier, and that's a partnership between the county, or among the county, University of Maryland College Park, the University of Maryland Baltimore, and the University of Maryland Medical System. And basically the vision is to create an institute for AI and machine learning and virtual reality that will really be an anchor for further development in this area around life science, to really use this as an anchor to attract more businesses, more biotech businesses in particular, to this area and help to spur further growth. Just a little background on the partners there. University of Maryland College Park, as one of the top 1, 2, or 3 computational research institutes in the country, or universities in the country. University of Maryland Baltimore, with whom it has a partnership already, is one of the top 20 NIH research institutions. And then University of Maryland Medical System brings a database that is one of the most diverse medical care databases in the country, just by virtue of the fact that the University of Maryland has hospitals all over the state of Maryland, Baltimore City, rural areas, on the Eastern Shore and Western Maryland, and a whole range of economic areas. So their vision is that this high-end computing capacity being located here, this research institute located here at the Metro, will create the magnet to draw in more research businesses and so forth to spur the growth here. And I would say that one thing that Nkosi had on some of the charts was the Evolution Labs project, which is directly north of Wall Park, is a bioscience lab project. I think it's their it's just north of Wall Park, and Evolution Labs as a lab project is really going to actually have the beginnings of this life science cluster here. So the idea is to build on what we have as a county at NIH with all the research that's done there. Shady Grove, which is one of the largest life science clusters in the country, and just build from there with this institute. The institute just is about to sign a lease on Executive Boulevard. It's a temporary lease. It's 11 years, but they can terminate after 6. And the plan there is that they will be the anchor development, the anchor project for the redevelopment or the development of the North Bethesda Metro site that is owned by WMATA. So they'll be located here in the county on Executive Boulevard to start their work, and they will ultimately be moving to the WMATA site. I think WMATA, with the idea that that is their anchor, is expected to go to the market for an RFQ to develop their 12 to 14 acre site there right at the Metro. I think it's about 12, and if you count the area over top of the Metro's tracks, it adds almost another 2. So I think things are sort of beginning to move forward more quickly, and hopefully with this research capacity that we're adding to the county, that will spur a little bit faster development of life science in this area. So I'm happy to answer any questions or talk a little bit more about that if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any other questions from the commissioners?
I just had one. Tom, thanks. That was really helpful. I'm just wondering that this, North Bethesda master plan that we did was done at 2010, you said? So is that still what we have, the visions and goals of this master plan? Is that still online with your vision and goals of this amazing development that you're talking about?
I think it is still aligned with that vision. I think that and just as an example, Pike and Rose, what they've created there in the area as a part of that vision has created some of the sort of the lifestyle amenities that people are looking for that are going to allow the county to create something, like Kendall Square in Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they of course have two universities there, but we'll have this university partnership and this high-end computing investment that will help to draw these companies that their employees are looking for that kind of lifestyle. And I think that this meshes with the overall vision for the White Flint sector plan, mixed use with that life science as an anchor for future development. And it's one of the areas of commercial development that's still very vibrant, compared to a lot of, traditional commercial building around the country. Life science still seems to be drawing a lot of growth and a lot of interest. So this kind of fits in and I think helps to move the vision forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I think we're running a little bit short on time here, but thank you, staff, for presenting us. Keep us abreast of any changes. I know it talked about a 34% non-auto mode share. I mean, is someone measuring that? Where are we today? We just want to make sure we don't hit the cap and not have done some other things and so including, these roads or bicycle protected bike lanes. I know you said MCDOT and some others are, hopefully there is the funding there to keep this going. So just keep us abreast and, it's.
Yes, every 2 years, that's the board's responsibility for staff to come back and tell you where things are. So we'll be back in couple years regarding where things are from a monitoring perspective for the sector plan area.
So, yes. Do I have a motion from the board to approve moving this forward to the county exec and the county council?
Yeah, I move that we transmit the 2023 biennial monitoring report to the county council and the county executive.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go immediately into the item 7, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Work Session number 1. Oh, we need 1 minute. Thank you. We'll be back in 1 minute. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment Work Session number 1, where Melissa Williams of the planning staff will present the project. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. And good afternoon again. My name is Melissa Williams, and I'm the project lead. I'm the project lead for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. As stated, this is our first work session, which will focus on the public hearing draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, the testimony that was received, and we'll discuss any discussion related to any potential changes to the draft.
Melissa, can I just make one? I needed to make an announcement before we start this. So just for the record, this is Chair Harris. For the record, I just want to say that I live in Tacoma Park, but my home is not part of this master plan. In addition, just before being appointed to the chair, I worked for MHP, and MHP owns several properties on Maple Avenue that are within the sector plan study area. When specific recommendations are being discussed for the MHP properties, I will be recusing myself, and Vice Chair Pedowin will handle the meeting. I no longer have a financial or economic interest in MHP, and there is no direct conflict of interest, but I want to avoid any appearance of improper influence. So I just want to put that on the record. You can begin, Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chair Harris. Okay, so this is today's agenda. Staff will provide a brief overview of the plan and the process, followed by a discussion of the testimony, the City of Tacoma Park resolution, and how they are related to the plan's recommendations. We will address all of this by following the layout of the public hearing draft. So for background, this slide provides the boundary for the plan amendment. This plan provides a minor update to the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan and has a defined boundary roughly 132 acres in size. The Planning Board approved this boundary in 2021, and this boundary includes the following: Washington Adventist Hospital, that's the former hospital, Washington Adventist University, the Erie Center at Flower and Erie Avenue, multifamily residential housing along Maple Avenue, the Tacoma Park Community Center and Library on Maple Avenue, and also the Tacoma Park Public Works buildings on Ritchie Avenue. There are also a number of parks properties located within the boundary that are identified on the map. The Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment is a joint planning effort between the city of Tacoma Park and Montgomery County Planning. Regular meetings were held and presentations given to both the City Council and the Planning Board as a part of the plan process. Other partners and stakeholders included residents, business owners, and other organizations or entities with a vested interest in the future of the planned area. This slide highlights the memorandum of understanding that we had with the City of Tacoma Park related to the tasks that were assigned to them. So this is the plan timeline. As you can see, the green arrow is steadily moving towards approval and adoption. Right now, we are still at kind of the tail end of the public hearing process, preparing for a planning board draft. We have completed the public hearing process and are currently in the planning board review stage, which includes work sessions. We anticipate having a planning board draft by the end of fall with a goal of a winter transmittal to the county executive and county council. The stars indicate where resolutions of support from the City of Tacoma Park will be needed or have been provided. The County Council has final approval authority for this plan, and we anticipate an approved and adopted plan by winter, spring 2024. So during this process, staff will provide summaries of testimony and offer responses as needed. The Planning Board can choose to accept staff recommendation or craft new language. At the beginning of subsequent work sessions, staff will review any changes made at the previous work session. And so the slide is just showing in detail what is a work session and what's expected from everyone who's participating. It's important to note that this plan is also subject to majority rules as its boundaries lie within the City of Tacoma Park. I've provided the most pertinent information related to Land Use Code 24202 and also how staff proposes that its requirements be addressed during the work session. And so I'll give you a little bit of time to take a look at that. So I'm actually going to read it to you. So the Tacoma Park City Council has submitted a resolution on the proposed master plan amendment to the Planning Board. If needed, a vote of a supermajority of Planning Board members, that would be 4 of 5, is required to overrule the Tacoma Park City Council's resolution. Staff will discuss the Tacoma Park City Council resolution throughout the work sessions, and staff recommends that the Planning Board formally address this requirement through the vote to transmit the Planning Board draft to the County Council and County Executive. Okay. This slide represents the proposed schedule for the work sessions. This is designed to meet the goal of transmitting the plan amendment to the County Executive and County Council by winter 2023. I would also note that this schedule can be modified as needed. So today is October 19th, and as you can see here, we are planning to go through chapters 1 through 3 of the public hearing draft, and that would be the introduction, a renewed vision, and plan-wide recommendations. And then we believe that we have crafted an orderly schedule to get us through the entire public hearing draft in time to have a final vote on December 14th.
Melissa?
Yes.
Sorry, Elsa Heisel, McCoy, Chief, Downey County Planning for the record. Would you would you note, please, the November 9th, the addition of the November 9th
I'm sorry.
session?
I did forget that. So the previous schedule that was attached in your staff report did not include November 9th. That's an additional date that was added, and that is to address the historic preservation recommendations. So the HPC recommendations will take place on that date. Okay. So this is the summary of testimony. I want to note that there was extensive participation in the public hearing, which included in-person testimony at our offices and at the satellite location at the City of Tacoma Park. There was also nearly 150 pieces of written testimony received. So this slide summarizes the concerns that were raised. For additional detail on these concerns, there is a matrix that was created that essentially summarized all of the concerns by key topics that were raised in the written testimony. If you want more information on the in-person testimony that was provided as a part of the public hearing, there is a transcript of that testimony, and that is available online, and it's also been attached to the agenda online for today's date. And so just to read those out loud, the primary concerns were the displacement of low and middle income residents and affordability, environmental impacts, and Sligo Creek, impacts to transportation, schools, parks, and other public facilities, and also the concerns related to the compatibility of new development to the existing character of the City of Tacoma Park. So now we're going to talk about the City of Tacoma Park resolution. They provided resolution 2023-33 for this plan, and I'm going to read through this. So this, it's lengthy, but I think it's important that we get all of this on the record. So the City Council continues to request that the Montgomery County Planning Board ensures that the MMPA, and that is the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, that's the way that they worded it throughout this resolution, addresses 7 priorities. Incentivizing the creation of a range of housing types, retaining and improving existing affordable housing, retaining existing and attracting new local businesses, creating new public space opportunities, strengthening social and environmental factors, continuing community engagement throughout the planning review process, and assessing the impact of increasing residential units and retail on the provision of public services in the planned area. And so I'm going to go to the next slide. The resolution also stated that the City Council wants the Montgomery County Planning Board to address the following in the Planning Board draft of the MMPA directly or prior to the advancement of the revised MMPA to the City Council and Montgomery County Council. And that was include language in the MMPA that explicitly explains how the plan's recommendations address the community priorities identified, provide additional documentation and background information on the climate assessment, as well as assess the potential impacts of the MMPA on the environment and consider possible mitigating strategies, and provide additional information on the race equity impacts and how they were developed. We also have this statement: work with the city staff to demonstrate alignment of the MMPA with City of Tacoma Park adopted plans and policies, including the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan, the 2019 Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, the 2019 Declaration of Climate Emergency, the 2020 Climate Action Framework, the city's rent stabilization ordinances, the city's racial equity initiative, and city policies and ordinances related to stormwater, tree canopy, safe streets, and city right-of-way. They also plan to provide us with an errata. So this bullet here is address forthcoming additional list of city edits and corrections to the text of the MMPA. And this is the final slide. It's additionally the resolution requested that work sessions address the following topics. So those topics are the potential redevelopment of the Washington Adventist site and the Flower Avenue District, promoting a diversity of housing in the plan area, public space, infrastructure, and amenities within the MMPA, and protecting existing housing affordability in the MMPA. So that is just a summary of the resolution that was provided by the City of Tacoma Park, and that was also attached to your packet. Okay, so now we are going to talk about Chapter 1 of the public hearing draft. So this is a quick overview of Chapter 1 I'm also going to provide a general overview of the related testimony. The plan area lies almost primarily within the City of Tacoma Park. There is a small portion of the plan area that is solely within Montgomery County, and if you can see my arrow, we're talking about this small piece of property located here. As you can see in the blue color, that is the larger study area, and the study area encompasses a much larger area and was used to inform some of our larger decisions. We also talked about equity in the plan, and equity in planning is a core tenet of our master plan process, and the team made sure that participants were given a variety of engagement opportunities. We also educated them on the planning process and how to best advocate for their communities and to see that their respective goals and desires were carried forward in our plan recommendations. The takeaways from this engagement process that we held actually formed the foundation for the plan's priorities. So this is the testimony that we heard. The testimony was that there was a lack of equity analysis and that the community engagement was not sufficient. And then we also have comments from the City of Tacoma Park's resolution, which were relevant, which was continuing community engagement throughout the planning review process, providing additional information on the race equity impacts and how they were developed, and including language in the MMPA that explicitly explains how the plan's recommendations address the community's priorities identified. So equity analysis occurs at the next stage with the county executive as a part of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act. And its amendments require that the County Office of Legislative Oversight analyze the impact of legislation and zoning text amendments, and that would include this master plan, on racial and social equities locally. So they will, in fact, review the planning board draft to get to the concerns related to equity analysis. We also wanted to note that the bulk of the community engagement occurred during and was impacted by the COVID-19 epidemic. As such, staff was creative to engage stakeholders in the process. This included canvassing hard-to-reach communities that was specifically along Maple and Lee Avenues, and the students at the Washington Adventist University. Other efforts combined traditional outreach and engagement techniques. We used pop-ups. We attended community meetings for other events, as well as using social media and other online strategies. As a result, we were able to reach more than 550 stakeholders. Additionally, there were postcards that were mailed throughout the process to homes within the study area. And then the City of Tacoma Park also assisted. They provided updates on the plan in their electronic newsletter, and then there was a hard copy of their newsletter, which is delivered to all of the residents within the City of Tacoma Park. And so that was a frequent occurrence as well. And so the information gleaned from these and other interactions with stakeholders was used to craft the plan's priorities, which are identified within the plan. And so as such, we did not make a recommendation here for any changes to the plan.
You have planned to do more community engagement before we send it to county council?
No. So as a part of the plan process, the public hearing process culminates that portion of community engagement. I will say that the City of Tacoma Park, because they are an active partner in this, are continuing to hold meetings. And so they're having their own set of community meetings that, or I believe they're planning to have their own set of community meetings that will follow behind or adjacent to the planning board's work sessions.
Though I would also add that after the planning board, so the planning board held a public hearing and invited all interested parties to provide testimony. The work sessions here are to discuss the testimony received and for the board to make any changes to the public hearing draft that they want to make in order to designate it the planning board draft. When that is transmitted to the county council and the county executive, all interested public folks will have another opportunity at the public hearing at the council. So there will be another public hearing before the council takes up their deliberation and the county council has the last step. So there are more opportunities to participate.
Yeah, I understand that, but we have like today meeting, you had a few other meetings that we're gonna have in November. I understand that people cannot come and talk, but these are public meetings that people can observe and see what is going on. I do not know if we make a specific attempt to the community to say that, look, these are the public meetings, you can stream it, you can watch it, and are they still able to submit comments to us, to you? Or I know that when the public meeting we had up to a certain time that we said it's open before we close. But are they still able to send like emails or any other additional comment? Can they do that or not?
So I'll let legal, I think, put fine points on it, but essentially the master plan process is a legal requirement. And the public record is the basis upon which these work sessions are being held, and the public record is defined. And so we opened it the board opened it in June and closed it at the end of September. And so to be fair to the people who have provided comment on the public record is now closed. So only the comments provided on the public record are really the foundation for these work sessions. The board members can raise any issues they want, but in terms of public feedback, just so that it's clear and transparent, and as Melissa said, all of the emails that we received are part of the staff report. The transcript of the oral testimony provided at the public hearing and the video of all the testimony provided at the public hearing is all publicly available. But to be transparent, we are working just from that public record.
Yeah, I understand that. The only reason that I'm suggesting or just talk about it is that we have comments from those from those public records that they say that community engagement was not sufficient. Okay, so they're still saying that. And of course, I know that whatever we do, still there are some people that they feel is not enough. So I'm not in any way saying that we didn't do enough. I know for a fact that we have done it, but it's just a perception. And that perception most of the time exists. And also, City of Tacoma Park is still saying the same thing. Of course, in a better way, they're saying that continue throughout the planning review process. So they're requesting us to continue the process. So just to be responsive to that, I'm asking the question that, is there anything we could do to be responsive to that? That's it. That's why I was asking that maybe these meetings could be shared, that not that they submit, but they can continue seeing what's going on with the project. Just as a response to some of these comments.
I mean, we've certainly provided a lot of information to the community. The Tacoma Park city staff did a great job of explaining with some information provided by planning staff, the work sessions, how they work, and all of that. So I think that the community is very well aware that these are happening and that they can follow along at home. I think in terms of the opportunity to provide additional correspondence and comments, I think the staff recommendation would be that to allow the planning board to digest what they've already heard, and in that defined public record, and then they'll have another opportunity at the county council.
So I did just want to add that we are still sending out information on our e-letter, so those things are still happening. The City of Tacoma Park is continuing to provide information via their newsletter, and they're using social media. So we are still trying to keep people in the loop so that they can follow along with the process. So we didn't just drop them off. We're still keeping in touch with them, and so for the people that did sign up for our e-letter, they're still getting updates and they're still getting information.
That's good.
And our communications team is still sending out press releases and little blurbs about the process.
So this is their comment. Our response is that once the board completes the draft, there is a draft, then there will be community engagement at the council level, and there'll be community engagement at the executive level, right? I mean,
Well, just Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, just to clarify, in terms of the community engagement that is led by the planning department, we do that up until the working draft is
Right.
transmitted to the board. Then the first official review process starts. As noted earlier, the board holds its public hearing.
Right.
The public record is open for a period of time for residents and others to submit any testimony, and then that closes and the board holds its work sessions.
Right.
So that's the piece where we are now. So we don't go out and sort of proactively start another round of
Right.
community engagement because we're now working with the draft that's before the board. However, what we do remind folks, and was already mentioned, is that once the planning board completes its review and submits this planning board draft to the county council, the county council will also hold its own public review process, its own public hearing. And so we continue to encourage anyone who wants to submit any testimony for once it gets to the council to be engaged in that process. But, ultimately, we help to promote it, but the council ultimately are the ones who are responsible
Yeah.
for that. So it's a little nuanced, but just to say, we definitely continue to keep information going out. I know, I'm not making any promises, but I know for the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, before the council held its public hearing on that, the East County Citizens Advisory Board asked us to give a presentation, and it was mainly a presentation on what was in the planning board draft, and we encouraged them, please go and testify at the council's hearing. But we didn't it wasn't a conversation of, give us your feedback so that we can go and change the content at that point.
No, I agree. That's why I'm just saying, our response to this is that not with us at this time, but these are other times you can. And then the next one, provide additional
Yes.
information on race equity impacts. I heard you say that the council or the execs will provide this racial equity analysis.
Yes, the
Okay.
Office of Legislative Oversight is charged with producing racial equity impact statements for bills, for master plans, so that falls within their sphere of responsibility for an actual impact statement.
And then this last one, include language in the minor master plan amendment that specifically explains how the plan's recommendation address the community priorities identified. Will that happen?
So I would state that we believe that that has happened, and that's laid out clearly in the plan. If we need to add language to make it more explicit, that is something that the board could decide to do, but staff's position is that we feel that we adequately tied the recommendations that we were made to the takeaways that we got from the community engagement
I
process.
think it's very clear in the
Okay,
plan.
Yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure as we go along, we're checking the boxes so that, we're all on the same page and the community understands where we're going, okay?
Yeah. The bullet regarding provide additional information on the race equity impacts and how they were developed. Do you think this is something that the county executive office would do, the equity, person. I know you have done a lot of those. They're just asking you, this is from City of Tacoma Park in their resolution. They're asking that, could you please provide additional information? This is not even something that they're asking you to change the master plan. They're just asking question that additional information on the race equity impacts and how they were developed. This is something that I'm sure you have done it while you have been doing the master plan.
Yes, so our master plan, I'm going to take a couple of steps back. So the county's racial equity and social justice law has a requirement for the planning board to consider racial equity impacts as they review master plans. So our responsibility from the department is to make sure that our master plan that we provide to the board, the draft master plan, speaks explicitly to equity and any of those impacts and how we are addressing that in our master plan. So that is something that can be discussed as you are reviewing the recommendations in the planning board, the public hearing draft. In terms of an analysis of racial equity impacts, it is in the law that it's the Office of Legislative Oversight. It's not the county executive's Office of Racial Equity. It's the Office of Legislative Oversight are the ones who produce racial equity impacts, again, for bills and for master plans. So that's where that requirement lies. So our responsibility is to make sure that the draft master plans that we provide do speak to that second bullet, but it's not going to be sort of one section is going to be represented in our recommendations and how we did our community engagement. But just to clarify that the Office of, the County Executive's Office of Racial Equity are not the ones who are responsible under county code for, well, I can't speak to sort of what the full charge of their role. I wouldn't say is oversight because the Office of Legislative Oversight is, I think that's what you're referring to. Yes, the Office of Legislative Oversight, they're the ones who produce these impact statements for the council.
I understand.
Yes.
I'm not talking about the impact statement. I just said that we should be able to provide a response to this question. For what we did when we did the master plan, this is the only thing. I understand all the things you explained, and they're going to do an analyze to see that if we have done it right. But when we are doing the master plan, I'm sure you look to make sure that there is no negative impact. And I think this is a question. It's a simple question that, when you were doing your master plan, please provide us how the race equity impacts have been considered and how you developed it. I think that's just a normal question.
Sure. So
They're not asking for any analysis or anything. I think you could just.
I think they are asking for analysis, and they will get that. But I think on page 9, where we discuss equity, I think we've talked about the equity agenda for planning. We've talked about the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act. I think we could add a paragraph that talks about how the plan recommendations address equity in the plan area. So we're happy to do that, and we can provide that for your review next time.
We've also, just last week, we went over the inclusive growth areas in the neighborhood, and the fact that where we find inclusive growth, there's housing. I think it's worth also probably linking to that and mentioning something about that in there. It comes up later as well.
Yeah, we just want, just make sure we just, things that we can do to address their questions. Okay, thank you so much.
Just one process question related to this. Some of these things we're considering clearly would go in the document itself or not in terms of how we address it, but I'm wondering, would some of these points that either the city has made, well, I guess the city has made maybe on behalf of the community, are there other avenues to address them that are like outside of the document that would be acceptable to them in some cases? I'm just kind of curious, like from a process standpoint, what the resolution sort of requires us to kind of do to address
Exactly.
the points.
That's what I was trying to say. It doesn't have to be exactly in the document, but if you want to put it in document, that's fine. But I don't know what they're trying, what is their goal, that as what Josh said, does it have to be in the document, or you could just provide them the response and see if that satisfies them. It doesn't have necessarily go to the document.
Yeah, I think that like the paragraph as you described it probably, I mean, that sounds good just as a point of transparency. But just generally, yeah, are there avenues for responses that are outside of the document?
So I just wanted to add quickly to go back to the resolution, because I think it's important to note that what they've written is that they want that particular question addressed in the actual plan. So there are certain things, so they were clear, for the most part, they were very clear about things that they wanted added to the document. And then there were general questions that they were just asking of the process. So what I, and I encourage everyone that has not seen the resolution or hasn't looked at it in a while, probably take another look at it. It was a lengthy document. And so there were places where there were very specific requests, and then there were places where there were questions. And so what I attempted to do for this work session today is to define the things that the board had to act on and things that would directly impact the document, in terms of like text changes or additional graphics or something that would be needed. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, thank you for clarification.
Okay, so I think this is where we left off. Yes.
I'm sorry, can I just, so as we're going through this, we're going through page by page, and we can come back to any page whenever the board wants, but we're moving through. And so we are, so we hear that the board would like another paragraph in the equity section explaining how, in general terms, how the plan's recommendations address equity. There was also a comment from the city about how the plan, it says, explicitly explains how the plan's recommendations address the community priorities identified. In the community priority section in Chapter 1, we just have the takeaways. We don't have a paragraph. We were happy to add that. I just want to make sure that that's what the planning board wants.
Yes, we could put it together and we'll see, but it'd be great to, if that's what they want, that's our partner, they want to, we're checking the boxes. That's what I would believe.
I just want to make sure that
I mean,
I just want to make sure we're doing what you want. This is not about us, this is about you.
No,
so I want to
but
make sure I'm clear.
the board members are, how do you feel about that? I mean, just.
I want to just make sure that Tacoma Park, the city, is happy with the final product. As a board, we are perfectly fine with what you have developed so far. But if the city is still requesting to add a few additional paragraphs to make it more clear, and that's what their desire, to be happy with the document, so all power to you to coordinate and collaborate and make it happen.
And that's perfect. I think, so as we move through the document, we will just want to make sure that we are very clear about what the board wants to change, because this is now your document. So I'm not challenging it. I'm just making sure that staff clearly understands the board's intent. I think we've heard it. I think we're good.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Actually, on one of the items on this list, the include language that explicitly explains how the plan's recommendations address the community priorities identified, and there was a list of the priorities. When we prepared Thrive Montgomery 2050, because it is a county general plan or comprehensive plan, the state of Maryland has certain requirements for all general plans and comprehensive plans to address statewide planning priorities, and so we actually had to prepare additional content that spoke to that, and we did that, but instead of sort of blending it within Thrive itself, it was an attachment, not an attachment, it was an appendix that is a part of Thrive, so that's just another way that we could address that as well, because then you can go in a little bit more detail.
If that's
with that.
acceptable with the city, we are fine.
Okay.
We just want to make it easier, whatever that makes the city thinking that we have complied to their resolution. And if that is what they want, I am fine. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm perfectly fine with it.
Commissioners,
Yeah, I find this conversation interesting, taking into consideration the inclusive diversity that Tacoma Park has and their proactive efforts they've made throughout the year. So I'm confident that Tacoma Park is going to take everybody's voice into consideration, especially those who have been traditionally left out. Thanks.
Yeah, I think what we've discussed sounds good, so, yeah.
Okay. And so I'm going to go to the next slide. Okay, find my place again. So Chapter 2 is about a renewed vision. And so the planned area will build on existing assets to be a resilient, reimagined, and reconnected community with new housing and other uses, greener and safer streets, and improved access to amenities. So that's the vision statement for the plan. We also, hold on a second here. We also wanted to note that this reflects the common themes that were heard throughout the engagement process. The stakeholders love their community. They wanted to see it protected. They share concerns regarding resiliency and the need for new uses for old spaces and the desire for improved connections. The plan also seeks to implement the goals of Thrive Montgomery 2050. And so the goals that we thought that were most relevant were promoting a walkable, bikeable, transit-connected neighborhood, and then retrofitting centers of activity to include a mixture of uses and housing types. So this diagram, this is our concept framework plan. This illustrates an overall framework for the plan. It highlights the themes of the themes of a resilient, reimagined, and reconnected community, and details how plan recommendations interact with and build upon one another. And so I would add here that we didn't receive any substantive comments specific to the recommendations in Chapter 2. So now we're going to go into Chapter 3. This is the plan-wide recommendations. This section is going to focus on the kind of area-wide or larger recommendations within the plan. Staff will cover reimagined and a portion of reconnected in today's work session. So the goal today is to look at the land use and zoning, public facilities. We're saving historic preservation for November 9th. That was the adjustment to the work session schedule that I spoke to earlier. And then with time permitting, we'll also have a conversation about the Green Promenade, which is a part of Reconnected, the Reconnected section. So Reimagine in the plan focused on new and improved uses for existing places and spaces. The goal for the land use and zoning recommendations within the plan is to provide flexible, compatible zoning that can be more adaptive to market conditions while retaining community character and providing for varied land uses. This was also an opportunity to remove obsolete zoning and address any inconsistencies within the plan area. So the current land uses in the plan area are primarily institutional uses, which are found in the municipal area and on the Washington Adventist campus. There's multifamily located along Maple and Lee Avenues, and there's also a sizable amount of parkland. As you can see on this map, there is very little mixed-use development. The plan proposes a more flexible land use pattern for the plan area, which would allow for a mix of uses, especially near higher density areas and existing activity centers. So if you take a look at this, you can see that salmon color, that pink color represents the plan's recommendations for mixed use development. Those are primarily near the municipal center and the former Washington Adventist campus. I'm sorry, the Washington Adventist campus, which includes the former hospital. The current zoning patterns typically reflect the existing uses with the exception of the R60 zoning. In this plan area, the institutional uses and parkland account for the majority of the R60 zone properties. However, there's a significant amount of multifamily zoning, primarily along Maple, Lee, and Greenwood Avenues. There are also 2 overlay zones which predate our current mixed-use zoning tools. Applying the mixed-use commercial residential zones, a family of zones, will fulfill the plan's vision for a reimagined, resilient, and reconnected plan area, and it also provides an opportunity for much-needed public amenities. So as stated earlier, and just quickly going through the testimony, these are the general concerns that were raised related to land use and zoning. And so while you're looking at that, I'll read our staff response. And so as stated earlier, one of the plan's goals was to create pedestrian-friendly areas containing a variety of amenities and neighborhood-serving uses. To accomplish this, the plan recommends flexible, compatible zoning. While there is not an abundance of existing commercial uses within the plan area, it is important to note that the existing overlay zones allow for residential uses, allow for commercial uses along Maple Avenue and also at the Erie Center nearest the Washington Adventist campus. The plan proposes the higher density mixed-use development as a sustainable approach to planning that offers environmental, economic, and social benefits, such as reduced transportation emissions, increased walkability and bikeability, reduced energy consumption, improved water quality, and preservation of open space. The proposed CR zones don't preclude the development of townhomes and garden apartments, and adaptive reuse is actually encouraged, particularly on the Washington Adventist campus. Adaptive reuse can also be considered as one of the incentives under the optional method density of the CR zones. So, and this is the City of Tacoma Park's testimony that we thought was most relevant to this section. And the city, and this is a part of a larger statement, but the city says to work with city staff to demonstrate alignment of the MMPA with City of Tacoma Park adopted plans and policies, including the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. And so within that plan, the City of Tacoma Park's Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan outlines many strategies to achieve these goals, one of which is to encourage the use of county allowable use and zoning provisions to create and expand housing types that are underrepresented in Tacoma Park and desired by existing and new residents of various incomes, needs, abilities, and family configurations. And staff believes that the general land use and zoning recommendations that we made within the plan address that part of the City of Tacoma Park's resolution.
And we also just want to mention that this is looking at land use and zoning at the plan-wide level, and so we'll be as we get into the district recommendations, we'll be looking at the specific, these comments in a more specific context at that time. At this point, we're just looking sort of plan-wide.
Could you explain again what you said? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Sure. So, Melissa, can you go back to the zoning slide, to the proposed zoning slide?
Yes.
So in this chapter, the plan looks at land use and zoning patterns for the entire plan area. And so can you go back one more? Sort of, the colors tell a story about,
Yes.
The previous, or I should say the current approach to land use and zoning and the plan's approach to land use and zoning. And so in this section, we're not talking about the specific zoning for a specific property. We're talking about the pattern across the plan.
Yes, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. When I read the comment from City of Tacoma Park, it looks like that they just, with what you have done, it just goes like this. I believe, and I think that's what you said, you're doing what they are saying, correct? They are all the things that they say that coordinate with the City of Tacoma Park, and they're also with their strategic plan that they have to see if you're achieving that. It looks like that you are doing that. When I read that and when I look at what you have said, you have done, and also your explanation is happening, but I don't understand. Maybe they are not reading your plan and they just want to make sure that you read their plan and understand exactly what their plan says and make sure that we comply with that plan. I don't know, but is there like discussions to put these two plans side by side and say, look, this is achieving your strategic plan that you're discussing? I don't understand why they're asking these, well, you're doing it.
So, I hear your question. Well, I don't think they're necessarily disagreeing. The residents, I think there's a big education component with the residents. What does this CR mean? Or what is this, and the city, and so I think part of it is is education. When we say, we make a recommendation, we could say what, like you do at times, it's just like what this means, you know, the, so it can allow for townhouses, it can allow for this, it could allow for that, it could allow for that. And just because it has a, just say it's a CR zone, there are a lot of CR zones, but, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that the developer or something's gonna put they'll put commercial if a small portion of it, if they think it can work. But the goal is to have certain uses, and so I think part of it is an education component. I'm
Can I
sorry.
jump in? No, it does perfectly. If I may make.
Your mic is off.
Sorry, I thought I turned myself on. I mean, they could be commenting that we haven't changed the R60 zone and it doesn't allow for a creation and expansion of different housing types in the places that are currently marked as yellow. Like, those are remaining as the same zoning type, and we're not creating or expanding the types of housing that can be put into those zones. So, I mean, if you wanted to read the letter of the resolution, it would indicate to me that we should take a look at the 60 zoning and the 40 zoning that still remains in there, as upzoning some of those to allow for the creation of different housing types in there as well.
I will say, on mic, that the R60 zoning that remains is parkland. And that there were a couple of properties by the Public Works that were R60 that the plan recommends to R40, which allows duplexes, which the city has supported in other parts of the city, or the city has R40 in other parts, and they've supported duplex development there.
Does it allow for connected, or is it still, does it allow for townhomes as well, or just duplexes within that?
Just duplexes, I believe,
duplexes,
but
okay.
I'd have to double check.
Can I make one more question on the CRT1 zone that's there? And I know we're not going into specific properties, but the residential density is at 1.25, and the CRT is maxed at 0. Does that still allow for a residential density of 1.25 FAR?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Number one, where it says CRT, it's 0.75.
That's
Right.
a typographical error.
Okay.
So the total would be 0.75.
Okay.
So, yeah, you wouldn't be able to.
So the
do
residential would be
1.25. That's
0.75 as well. Okay.
I have a question. Is there any opportunity for creative zoning whereby R60 and R40 designated areas could be turned into multi-family units in the event they reached a certain square foot or unit capacity? Because I think that would allow for diversity of housing, especially in an area that has, I don't know if tradition is right, or extremely old housing that could be modified or changed to accommodate more homeowners or residents.
So again, the R60 zoning that is, can you go to the next slide? So I think the R60 zoning, for example, the Adventist campus is R60. It's there as a special exception. That's been rezoned to a CR zone. So like I said, the only R60 zoning that we're recommending to remain is parkland. And everything else is either R40 or a CR, which would allow, it could allow townhomes, it could allow duplexes, it could allow garden apartments. As we talk about some of the districts, we're not in sort of rule of thumb for planning has been, if you're looking to recommend, total redevelopment, that you triple the density, right? That's a general rule of thumb. We're not anywhere near that. We're not even doubling the density on a lot of these, for example, the Maple Avenue properties. So the additional zoning is a small amount, and the plan is pretty explicit that it's intended to provide that little extra bit so that you can have, and the plan recommends a diversity of housing types. You could have townhouses, you could have smaller buildings that, and we had many discussions with the city's housing folks. We want to encourage a diversity of housing types, of ownership options, all of that within sort of what this plan is able to do. So very broadly speaking, and when we get to the housing section, we'll talk more about that.
Well, isn't Tacoma Park the perfect place for triple density or double density? I mean, when you look at bus routes, metro, city,
I think Tacoma Park would be like the perfect place to maximize density.
So the Maple Avenue corridor has a very high amount of density. They tend to be larger sites, but you've got high-rise, you have a number of high-rise, I mean, as you saw on the tour, there are a number of existing high-rise developments. So in terms of the scale of development on Maple Avenue, it's by and large already there. And so the question is, given its age, and given sort of the affordable housing mission of many of the owners, what are sort of some of the next steps? So I think we're looking, I think the scale is already kind of there on Maple Avenue. For the Adventist campus, I think the zoning is looking at how to foster the development and success of the remaining institutional uses on the campus with development that is market-ready, market-responsive, that at the same time doesn't overshadow the surrounding communities. And so as we get into the districts, we'll be able to sort of look at this finer grain, but as a general matter, I think, you don't need to triple the density to have high-rise multifamily development on Maple Avenue. It's there today.
One last question. So the number 4 item where there's currently a school doesn't preclude you from building another school there, correct?
So we're going to get to public facilities today.
Okay. Don't want to steal your thunder.
Good transition.
Okay. Any additional questions before I move to the next slide? Okay. All right, I have to remember where we were. Oh, we were here. So was there any request for any additional language or change in language related to the testimony and the resolution from the city? Okay.
The question is that, how do you answer this concern they have?
I think sorry, just to interject one bit. I think my opinion just on this one point is that, through this conversation and through what's written in the plan, I think you and your team have already demonstrated this. So I personally, I don't think we see a need to add any additional language at all. So I'd be comfortable just moving on to the next point.
Yeah. But I just think that because if Tacoma Park has sent a resolution, do we have, even though if we don't change, or because I agree, that's what I was saying, that we're just going like this. You're doing it, and they're asking the question of something that you have already done. But if they send us a resolution and we don't do any changes because we believe we have done the work, are we going to reply to them in one shape and form? Or we just tell them, what is?
In the schedule that Melissa put up for the work sessions, I think the intent is at the end of the work sessions, after the board has gone through the entire plan and has given direction to staff to make the following changes. The intent is to have before the planning board votes to designate public hearing draft, to stop and give the city 2 weeks to essentially do an up or down vote on the plan, and staff will be providing sort of, as you're saying, you recommended this is what the board did, but it's at the staff level, it's not part of the plan. The board won't be reviewing it or voting on it. It'll just be a staff summary so the city will have the explanation that the board has discussed in terms of this. We think we're already meeting it. And as we get into the housing discussion, probably in the next work session or the one after that, I think, there may be some opportunities to sharpen some language here or there, which may go further to address this. So a lot of these comments cover a larger area, and we're going sort of section by section. So we'll have another opportunity to come back, and we will be coordinating with city staff.
Yeah. I also agree that what you propose meets this. Sometimes you have in plans, maybe it's not the master, I know it is, but you have these parentheticals that, the zoning recommended covers a broad range, these categories cover a broad range that could allow for blah, blah, blah. I was just thinking, you don't have to say whether, is that warned, would that be a nice to have? Because that's what you're showing how, they asked, does it provide to create expanded housing types and stuff, and that's what you did, It creates expanded housing types by allowing for X, Y, Z, and whatever. But if, just a suggestion, okay?
The whole idea is that when we have the draft and we have done complete coordination, hopefully we want Tacoma Park to be on our side
Yes.
when we go to the county council.
That is the goal.
Okay,
That
the
is
goal
always
is that.
the goal.
So we want them to feel that all their comments or their points in their resolutions have been dealt with and taught and discussed. And as you said, that a summary would be sent, look, we discussed all of this, we believe this is already done, and you can refer to here, and also these are some of the changes. So it's just that they think that it has been vetted enough in regard and satisfied their concerns. That's the goal.
Okay, so now we're going to discuss public facilities. So the plan makes recommendations for new and improved public facilities, including co-location opportunities for recreation, school, and safety and security offices. These recommendations consider the density resulting from the plan recommendations and take into account the concerns and desires raised during the engagement process. And I think it's important to note that staff met with the appropriate county agencies and the city of Tacoma Park regarding the plan recommendations and provided additional detail on these and other recommendations in the plan's accompanying appendices. And so let's talk about schools. And so this is the plan recommendation for schools. I'm going to read this because this is one of the things that there was a lot of conversation about. And it's the Down County Consortium schools at the elementary, middle, and high school levels are projected to have sufficient capacity to accommodate new students generated by new development within the plan area. With that being said, Piney Branch Elementary School is expected to receive major capital investments. And so these are the two options that can happen as a part of that. If rebuilt on site, the plan recommends a design that promotes walkability and energy efficiency and minimizes impacts to Tacoma Park, Piney Branch Local Park. If the school is relocated, the plan recommends adaptive reuse. So there's that word. Adaptive reuse of the building for community uses or public facilities, or it can be redeveloped in its entirety, and that's why there was a zoning change attached to that property. And so that's for schools. With relationship to the police facilities, the plan recommends that the city analyze the operational space needs of the department. We also have a recommendation for co-located accommodation of city services and other public uses, that should be a priority public benefit for an optional method density development or optional method development. During our research, we saw that there was no need, that fire service currently provided is adequate, and that the County Fire and Rescue Service has no plans to build an additional fire station within the plan area. Currently, they're just in the process of completing a new library, so we saw that there wasn't a need for a new library, but we felt that there could be potential future co-location for a satellite library facility within a new development that was on or near the Washington at Venice campus. So once again, these are recommendations that are responding to the increase in density or the increase in the number of people that would happen as a result of our plan recommendations. And we also have a recommendation that said the co-location of expanded recreation facilities in the plan area as a part of redevelopment or repurposing of any potential suitable properties. And so we believe that our recommendations for public facilities did take into account the plan recommendations that would increase the density in the area. And as such, we are not recommending any changes to the plan language. Staff is not recommending any changes to the plan
So
language.
I'm curious, does the county build library and recreation center in Tacoma Park, or that's Tacoma Park themselves?
It's the Tacoma Park has their own library, And Tacoma Park is in fact building their own rec center, but it is outside of the planned area. So they have a smaller recreational type facility in the area, which is why we made a recommendation that as part of a co-location, that there was a need for an expanded recreation facility.
So I'm sorry, just to clarify for the record, because I know, I also live in Tacoma Park, but not in the plan area. So the city has a recreation facility existing on New Hampshire Avenue. I think they have been looking for opportunities. They put out an RFP to redevelop that site. I don't think anything's happened there. But just to clarify that, and I think the library construction is just about to start.
Thank you.
The recreation, do you know where the IHOP is on New Hampshire Avenue?
Like University?
So it's between University and Sligo Creek Parkway. It's probably a quarter mile, if that, north. IHOP's on the right. It's like a couple of doors down from the IHOP.
Yeah, I would add, it appears to be in the parking lot of the high-rise development that's there at the corner. So it's actually a smaller building that is Tacoma Park Overlook.
It's so there's a freestanding recreation building that's there. So there's an entrance off of New Hampshire Avenue. You make a left to go to the multifamily apartment buildings, and you make a right to go to the rec center. It's a little freestanding building. It's quite modest.
Okay, so no recommended changes or anything here, okay?
Do you want to go through the?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
comments?
didn't get to
Yeah,
that part. Okay, the testimony, so this is a testimony that we received. So the plan does not provide or explain proposed funding or requirement to build the recommended public amenities. That's the general concern. Also that a school and additional recreation facility are needed because of the recommendations for increased density. So I'll talk about the general concerns first. We do have language in the plan that speaks to the school's recommendation, and this is based on conversations that we had with MCPS as a part of this plan process. So we believe that we have a recommendation, an appropriate recommendation in the plan because it speaks to the modernization of the existing Piney Branch Elementary School. We do also have language, as I stated previously, regarding the co-location of an additional recreation facility. And so that recommendation was designed to address the increase in density that would be related to the plan's recommendations. As we talk about the proposed funding or the requirement to build recommended public amenities, we talk about these public facilities with the exception of MCPS as a part of optional method development. So we see those new public facilities in many cases being provided as a part of the development process. So those would be happening in sync with new development, which would in turn be increasing the density that many were concerned about. The City of Tacoma Parks resolution. And so once again, this is me pulling out the language that is applicable to the recommendations in this section. And the City Council continues to request that the Montgomery County Planning Board ensures that the MMPA addresses 7 priorities. So this is a priority that was raised in their first resolution, which was 2023-16. And so the one that we're talking about now is 2023-33, which builds upon that previous resolution. They say essentially continue to assess the impact of increasing residential units and retail on the provision of public services in the planned area. And we believe that our recommendations take that into account. And we are, as such, we're not recommending any changes to the language here. Staff is not recommending a language change.
Yep, I think that, just, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
go for it.
I was just going to say, I think that explanation makes sense, and in terms of, the summary you provide them at the end, just, that if we agree, like, we're comfortable with the explanation that you provided, so no action. But, yeah, sorry, Mitra, do you have a comment?
I was just going to say that, so basically the response is that the additional, like recreation or school, if it is needed, would be handled during the optional method of development. Is that what you're saying?
So for the recreation facility, yes, because we envision that as part of a co-location development. The school is, and that's an MCPS
Okay, yes.
situation, but we do have language in the plan that speaks to if a school is needed, these are the options that we believe should be prioritized. And so one was rebuild in place but minimize impacts to the park. The other was relocate within the plan area, and then there was finally one that could even consider relocating outside of the plan area. So we attempted within the plan to identify kind of all of the varied futures for a new Piney Branch Elementary School as it relates to the plan. And so that was, with the information we had, that was essentially the best that we could do, because ultimately, right now, what MCPS is recommending is a modernization of the school.
And also our growth and infrastructure policy comes into account also, because we reviewed all the plans into Como Park. It's not like City of Gaithersburg or Rockville that they have their own. So if a development comes, the growth and infrastructure policy would be in place. So yeah, I agree. I guess that, again, the response would be that no change to the language, but these are the how we are accommodating this concern.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, one question. So in their MOU, they had a laundry list of all of their master plans and things, the 2018, so that, like we do on our own plans, when we do new master plans, it's consistent with this, or it amends this or that. So do we, every time we make a recommendation, do we have to say how it meets these things, or no? No.
No, so with this plan, so the city can be more stringent than the county. But, so we'll modify the county plans, but we won't modify the city plans.
Okay.
But let me ask you this. This list of all of these, plans that they have, these are their adopted plan. And are we familiar with that? Have you read all of these plans? Are they more stringent, or we are more stringent?
So the staff has read all of these. Most of these are environmental, and Tina Schneider spent a lot of time digging through all of these. I think she's an expert on the city environmental rules at this point. I think as a general matter, they are more stringent.
Okay.
But again, it's not a perfect overlap. But for their, I think as a general matter, but not in every respect.
So if a developer comes and wants to develop a property, they have to follow the requirements for the Tacoma Park also. So they have to follow all of these in addition to the master plan that we have. So it's both of them.
Yes, my understanding is yes.
Okay, as long as
for stormwater, so for development projects, the city does stormwater management. Otherwise, the developers are following both.
Yeah, I know, but they have the rent and stabilization and the racial equity and I guess, the rest, housing and economic development, the strategic plan, these three probably are not environmental. The rest is environmental. But as long as nothing that we say in our plan contradicts with what they have, I guess we should be fine, because whoever comes have to follow all of this if they want to develop in the Tacoma Park. Correct?
Yeah, and not all of these are, so we think of plans as plans that address zoning and rights-of-way and other things that development has to comply with. So I think that definition of plan, these would not all necessarily meet that definition. We might think of them more as policies. And so any development in the city would have to follow county rules, state rules, federal rules as they apply, as well as any city initiatives.
Okay, and do they get a permit or do they send them for review also? Because I know when they
They
go.
do not do permits. So they do, the city has a tree ordinance, but then they also have to follow forest conservation law. And they have unique jurisdiction for stormwater. So DPS stormwater does not approve stormwater for development in the city of Tacoma Park. The city does that. Otherwise,
Okay,
yeah,
so it's being coordinated?
correct.
Okay. We are good. I'm good.
Catch back up to where we were, and we address that. Okay. So now we are at reconnected. And I'm trying to catch up in my notes. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. The planned area has lots of access to transit, but hilly topography and aging sidewalks can make Maple and Flower Avenues feel disconnected. The plan makes reconnecting the community a priority. Applying the mixed-use commercial residential CR family of zone, makes reconnecting the community a priority. The Green Promenade recommendation builds upon the city's Maple Avenue connectivity project with improvements to sidewalks, bike and pedestrian connections, and some new private streets on the Adventist campus. It also includes gateways and opportunities for gathering places and exercise. And so if you look at the image to the right, you see the green arrow. That represents the promenade and also the spur that connects to the Washington Adventist campus. And so we also have purple stars, and those represent the gateways that were assigned in the plan. So the Green Promenade is a recommendation that is envisioned as happening as a part of the redevelopment process. As such, the plan provides a flexible menu of improvements that can be implemented as development occurs. This menu is varied, but allows for a kit of parts approach that would create a linear open space once fully developed. And so as you can see to the image to the right, that's the potential menu of all the things that could happen in the Green Promenade. And so the idea is that as development comes in, they can select from this menu, they can mix and match, and provide for things that are most appropriate to the scale of the development at that time. And so we had a few concerns. And these are the general concerns. The general concerns were the plan does not provide specific concepts for the proposed improvements along the Green Promenade and how it relates to the Maple Avenue connectivity project. Also, the plan doesn't address implementation of the Green Promenade. And so our response to that is that while not implemented as a single project, the plan's kit of parts approach to the Green Promenade encourages the creation of its varied pieces during the redevelopment process. And so that would be the redevelopment of adjacent or confronting properties and addresses the community's desire for additional public gathering spaces and better multimodal connectivity. So here, once again, we're looking for things to happen as a part of a development, and in this case, it would probably be an optional method development project. We also had a comment from the city of Tacoma Park. And once again, this is something that generally fits here. And the city continued to request that the Montgomery County Planning Board ensures that the MMPA address 7 priorities. The priority that's most relevant here is creating new public space opportunities. So we believe that the recommendation for this larger Green Promenade actually fulfills that priority or goes a long way towards fulfilling that as one of the priorities that the City Council requested. As such, staff does not propose any changes to the plan language here.
Lisa, this Green Promenade, I know that you said that there is this pipe under it. Who has the right of way? I forgot.
So there are a variety of utility easements
Yes.
that are at play here. And so we have the pipe that is underneath The, underneath Maple Avenue would be, because the city of Tacoma Park owns their roads, that would be a city of Tacoma Park. Do we believe
But,
it's?
so, I mean, it would be like anywhere else, so that the right-of-way that includes Maple Avenue is the city's right-of-way, and then all of the adjoining properties, you know, so that are owned by the folks who own them.
So it's private owned, so the
there's
promenade
easements.
is privately owned.
Well, wait, so there are easements, so just as everywhere you have
Yes, I
utility
understand.
easements, in addition to the sort of typical utility easements, we also have the Brashears Run enclosure that is another easement that goes through a lot of these properties. So as each property comes through, let's say they were going to redevelop, or even let's just say the city wanted to do it, it was their number one thing, and they wanted to do it as a CIP project, they would need to survey the right-of-way along Maple Avenue to determine where they could do what. So because there's a lot of uncertainty, we designed it as a kit of parts to be done sort of on an as-needed basis.
I understand that. I don't question it. The only thing that in my mind was that if it is a public right-of-way and Tacoma Park owns it, then it would be probably something that if they have the money, they can go and do it. But if it is not, and it is private land underneath, so they can't. They have to wait for what you just said to come. So I was just trying to understand that, what are the possibilities of implementing that promenade?
Yeah, and I think you've described it perfectly.
Okay.
I just, one quick question on the promenade, since we're talking about it. And also, you know, in the interest of, I guess, you know, trying to be responsive where we can in ways that we think will also maybe like help to sort of move the plan forward more quickly. It sounds like the plan's kind of general approach is, you know, relying on development for the promenade, and that's similar to how we've, you know, treated other things around the county, which is fine and good, and obviously it takes a lot of the financial burden, or almost all of it off of us in many cases. But I'm wondering if there might be a way to add some language about like the possibility, should the city of Tacoma Park or the county council or whomever, you know, MCDOT, I guess it's because it's not their road, it wouldn't be MCDOT. But if someone desires to make it a CIP priority or project, you know, could also be a possibility to implement it as a singular project, or maybe kind of a phased project over time. And the only reason I mention that is because, you know, if we are relying, granted, we know that a lot of these buildings are aging, and so perhaps the redevelopment would happen quicker than in many places where master plans are happening. But we're also looking probably toward if we're being honest, like a 20 to 30 year timeline, if not longer, to actually build out the entire thing if we're relying on redevelopment. So I just raised that as a point of like, could it be worth just adding just a bit of language about a couple of other options if desired by the city or other.
Yeah, in the implementation section, which we'll do, it's the last section, so we'll do it at the end. We have language that explains that it could be done on an ad hoc basis, sort of by development, but it could also be done through CIP. So we'll make sure that if that language needs clarification, we can sharpen that.
I think this promenade is one of the jewels of this master plan. It's really nice.
Yeah,
So
I think.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Linden, before we moved away, we do have it listed as a CIP project, and so I'm going to read the language to you, and I just want to clarify if this is meeting the merit of your thought. It's Green Promenade design and implementation on city street frontages without redevelopment. The lead agency would be the City of Tacoma Park. The coordinating agency is MNC PPC. Is your thought, does that work, or are you thinking that there should be something additional added to that?
I think that's perfect. And
Okay.
I think, given that, and apologies that I didn't read carefully enough.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make
yeah.
sure that I caught all of it.
I think that's great. I think that more than satisfies the comment that they made, and also provides potential for faster movement if the city desires. So thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, because along Maple, there are some smaller property owners, and I think it would be truly an advantage if that was one project, because I would see it be delayed. There's no one property owner that could make it all happen. I think once you get to the Adventist site, maybe that developer would be able to make that piece happen on there. One of the question I had, in one of the comments listening sessions, there was someone thought that one of those paths, because of, it was, you know, it was too steep and whatever, and was there a better way? But I guess they'll figure it out once they, you know, they do it, you know how, because of, they thought, as I remember, there was some, you know, the steepness or something.
there
Would
was
the
a
path
comment,
have to
yeah.
be a different path? I'm not sure, you know.
I mean, I think the intent is that, you know, I think is to keep it at the master plan fairly diagrammatic. I think to Commissioner Linden's point, this will very likely be an incremental implementation.
Right.
I think that's the expectation on the city
Okay.
as well. You know, the city has a lot of priorities, as does the county. And so I think it may come to pass that there's, you know, that it's implemented in a slightly different way.
Right.
But that would be something that the planning board would review either as part of a development application or potentially even as part of a mandatory referral.
Great, thank you.
Right, and the last thing that I wanted to add is that it is building upon the City of Tacoma Park's Maple Avenue connectivity project. So they have a redesign project that they are working on for that stretch of Maple Avenue, and we see that as kind of an interim condition with the full implementation being the Green Promenade. So the idea is to incorporate the work that the city's doing and ultimately into the Green Promenade. Okay? And so look, this is the last slide. So this is our work session schedule. And so as you can see today in italics, we completed chapters, we completed the mission for today. We did not complete plan-wide recommendations, but we did complete today's mission, which was getting through chapters 1 and 2, addressing the general concerns and also the relevant portions of the City of Tacoma Park resolution. And we also started with the lifting of the plan-wide recommendations or the area-wide recommendations. We're going to come back to you on November 2nd. And so in the places where you requested additional language, we will have that ready for your review on November 2nd. And we will continue to discuss plan-wide recommendations, and so I can give you a little highlight as to what you can expect us to talk about. And so we would continue to talk, potentially continue to talk about the reconnected session. And if we were able to move through that section, we would then begin the conversation about resilient. And when we talk about resilient, that's where we would be having the conversation about environment, housing, parks, trails, and open space. I don't believe that we'll be able to get to all of that on November 2nd. So you can see that on November 9th, we have historic preservation, which I discussed. We can come back to you on November 16th with plan-wide recommendations as needed. And then we would go into the more detailed recommendations for district recommendations on November 16th. Ultimately covering the implementation section, which would include the CIP table on November 30th. And then we would close out that session with a review of all of the changes, proposed changes to the public hearing draft and any additional edits. Then we would have that 2-week break that Elsa spoke to, where we would provide materials to the City of Tacoma Park so that they could have their up or down vote on the public hearing draft with the changes requested by the planning board. And then we would come back to you on December 14th with a red line version of the public hearing draft, and we would ask for you to vote to approve the public hearing draft as a planning board draft and to set a transmittal date so that we could transmit to the county executive and county council. So that is the full schedule, and so we are hopeful that we can accomplish all of that in the next 4 work sessions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation.
Yeah,
Okay,
November
thank you.
it is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 2 more items. They're both closed session items. So I'll start with item number 9. According to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provisions, Article 3-305B1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of an appointee, employee, or official over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. The topic will be, to discuss will be planning director position. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move that we go into closed session to discuss them.
I see, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next topic will be item number 10, closed session. According to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision, Article 3-305B7 and 8, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice and consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation. Topic to be discussed, potential litigation. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve, we go into closed session for that as well.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you. The
We have 5 minutes.
session is closed. Thank you.
To